And in the bid of doing that, people don't think about the effect or the result of their actions. They go on and do.
But now it's a secular celebration.
Yes.
It's no longer a Christian thing. So there are other people who come from different religious backgrounds who might want to participate in this kind of celebration. But because they are not from a Christian background, do you think that's where the whole chaos came from?
So everybody's now doing what they like.
Yes, yeah, you know, this is a celebration, they give cards and everything, but I'm not a Christian. So when I'm now sending my own message to my loved one, I will do it based on what I believe in. If I'm an atheist and nothing concerns me with your God and everything, I will just maybe my own focus is on the sexual aspect of it. So I just
you see, that's the interpretation.
That's why I'm now trying to balance it. Maybe it came from that. People's different orientations and everything. Everybody wanting to celebrate this beautiful festival or whatever. But I'm not coming from my own, what I want it to be, because of my own belief system. Yeah. When it's Valentine is a celebration of love, but to me, what do I understand love as? Love is this to me, love is that to me. So we are not looking at acts of love again, or acts of selflessness. We're not looking at just the whole flowers, the jamboree, the everything. So now we start bringing in our own different
you are even talking about
intentions
flowers
and everything.
Who is even considering flowers in our time again? Flowers
in our own environment, flowers don't have value.
That's what I'm saying. In a maybe Nigerian system or African system,
I would say in our own Igbo society.
Okay, we don't look at these cards, flowers as something very interesting. It doesn't quite catch our fancy again. We rather look into, let's go and party, let's go and have some fun with my guys and girls, let's just roll it all through the night. That's for them, that's the main object of Valentine for them. So people don't look at that point of trying to calm down and reflect. Reflection of what love, true love means.
Yes, and talking about, you know, how people misunderstand the true meaning of Valentine. You know, everybody has expectations.
Oh, okay.
Men have expectations. Women have expectations. So now, man, woman, expectations. Let's talk about what are the expectations of men and women when it comes to Valentine's Day celebration these days?
These days, I like that these days that you put because these days the Valentine is just an opportunity for them to do what they normally do, but on a hyped level. Yeah, because women now have a lot of entitlement mentality these days. A woman does not believe that she should give anything.
Thank you.
She's now a recipient.
Yes.
Give me, I'm a taker. So their expectations now, it's like youths in the university now. You're in a female hostel. The competition will be who will receive more from men. And then you will become the queen.
It's like a competition now.
Yes. So now, when there is this competition of who is going to be the one that will be showered most with giving,
the guys should be under pressure.
You see now that it's no longer a Valentine's thing, because Valentine should be when you will give an act of love. No, now women
are the takers.
Yes, we are the recipients. We don't give, we take. So it's now a competition on. Then they go out to make sure that they receive as many gifts. The gifts are no longer there. If you do that mistake and give a card, or you go and write something and give to somebody these days, you're on your own.
Yes.
Whatever, if you were trying to nurse a relationship, you have murdered it at that stage. Because what they are now looking at is material things. Ostentatious things. Things that will show that.
So they can brag about.
Yes, things that they can brag about. Things that they can show off. Now, the women are not looking at giving you anything. If you do that mistake and say it where women are, what are you going to give? There will be an opera. They are expecting to be given.
Yeah.
So they're now going out to solicit for those who have the financial power to be able to meet those expectations that they have.
Wow.
Wow.
I want to say something actually. That apart from the fact that women think is that their entitlement to receive gifts from men, some women also release gifts. Maybe because of the culture of where they are coming from, they don't believe that I'm the one to be receiving all the time. Some people have the culture of releasing things.
That's why I said these days. I said I admire that these days.
These days as well, we still find people that will still release something.
They are in the minority.
But a good number of them sometimes will do that to secure your loyalty.
Okay.
They would want the man to know that I am still the one in your life and no one else. So I'm giving this gift
to imprison you.
Yeah.
Some give it with the expectation of receiving. They are not giving it because they want to.
And most likely what they will give will be just a bait.
So that
expecting what you will give at the end of the day. And for the guys, usually the guys, if you are in their discussion, you will hear a lot of things. You will hear them say, this girl, they build me. This and that. And for some people, they will be under pressure to get some things ready to impress, not really to give because they have it. They will go all the way to even sell what they have to get the actual thing the other person, the opposite sex, is requiring from them. Some, they have been told what they will give them. So they have a target. It's like a project you are working towards. And I imagine what is obtainable for somebody who is still receiving. You are in their parents' house and you are still receiving, and you are to carry the one you are receiving to give to another person. That is to say, you are taking care of another person while you are still being taken care of. You see, that's a very, very wrong mindset to start with. So the guys usually are the ones who feel it is their responsibility, because the society have taught them so, that men are to be taking care of the women. So in every respect whatsoever, they want to be the one to give.
But don't men expect something too? Same way women.
That's where we are going. That's where we are going. Okay. After the point of giving, I will expect something, because they say there's a common saying: "You scratch my back, and I scratch your back." So that giving will have to be at a particular venue, either my house or a hotel in town, where we'll
sexual favors are being exchanged for gifts.
Yeah. Oh. If it doesn't happen, then you'll find your guy telling guy, you be mugu. Say, this girl don't eat you. I told you over time you should drop this one. And you see certain guys, every Valentine they will keep changing women, because what they received from the previous one didn't match with what they give. So they want someone who will be more loyal to give to them what they something commensurate to what they're about to give. So you see people all manner of attitude. But I have this to say: must we wait for Valentine to give gifts to people?
Why are we even making so much noise about Valentine?
That's the point.
Because that's it. Because what we are practicing has no relationship with what we are supposed to practice.
Exactly.
This is supposed to be a day to remember somebody who gave himself, who sacrificed his life for what he thought would benefit others. And now it has turned into a day for people, for the youths to go mad. Because you find all sorts of things happening. Those who make so much money on Valentine's Day are those who operate nightclubs.
Yeah.
And then you're asking yourself, what is the correlationship between clubs and somebody who died because he was wedding people who the society said should not get married?
Yeah. You know, like I said, people manufacture evil. people manufacture all shades. They don't even think it's like something is inside. They want to give it out. So each time somebody will come with his own version of what has not been, so as to ensure that he spices, he introduces something into the system. So taking people away from the main object of Valentine's Day celebration. And all these are so that people will register their presence and their whatever in their generation. People want to be known for something. People want to be remembered for something. So they don't care going any length to ensure that that is done.
Whether it's negative or positive does not matter anymore.
People will, in this Valentine or in the season of Valentine, invent more evil way to take drugs. They will also ensure, guys will also ensure that their girls also get high, to introduce in all manner of drugs. And it goes on from that day. That drug is introduced into the system. People start practicing it. So people are thinking, as we are speaking now, other ways to explore into things, devices that will make them appear different.
That's the world we live in these days. It's crazy, honestly. Yeah. And this Valentine's Day puts a lot of pressure on people, especially the single ones, because now it's looking like Valentine's Day is only for boyfriends and girlfriends, husbands and wives, or people who are in a couple. What are your thoughts on this pressure? Like, what do you have to say about the whole drama of I'm single, I don't have anybody to spend Valentine's with and all of that?
Valentine is just one day. I wonder why somebody who will be under pressure over Valentine's Day is just one single, as far as I'm concerned, insignificant day. Because it's not even up to a day. You'll be surprised. Some of them, those in the university, they will go for lectures that day. The lecturers will not tell them not to.
Friday is Valentine's weekend.
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah.
So they are going to extend it.
Exactly.
So what's going to happen is, I wonder personally why somebody, if you have if you have an understanding of what Valentine's Day is supposed to be, and you have values and principles by which you live your life, I think you will not be under pressure.
Yeah.
Being single.
Yeah.
It comes down to who are you and what do you take important? What do you call priority in your life? Okay, you're not in a relationship, and since it's all about celebrating relationships these days, and you're not in any relationship, why are you under pressure? Why are you? The pressure is not coming from society, it's coming from within you. Because if you feel that I don't have a boyfriend, I'm not married, and I have to celebrate that evening, you wear something and run to a club. You're the one who it's your decision.
It's your decision.
And whatever comes out from that day, I bet you it's not going to be something that you will cherish.
No.
You're not going to encounter your other half that night.
Yeah. I think it's an issue of identity crisis. People have not really discovered who they are. They have not discovered who they are. Because if I know who I am and I appreciate myself for who I am, I don't need another person to validate me. Because in the course of validating me, or in the course of being part of a discussion, where did you celebrate your vow, this, people want to also be part of the discussion. People think that when they say, I did my vow with my family, I went and visited my parents, they are my first love. I shared love with them in the neighborhood where I grew up with. I gave some young boys some fairly used clothes and all of those. This, if you give yourself this self-validation and interpretation about what Valentine is, people will leave you alone. Because they want you to align with what they want, they already do and what they believe. So if you come up with your own definition about what Valentine is for you, you will find also, I bet you, everybody has a follower. You will definitely have the followership you think, because there are people waiting for the first person that will take the first step.
Yes.
So if you take the first step in the right direction, of course, people will move. So for those who are single, it is a time to really tell yourself, am I really up for all this drama? Is it really worth it?
These things you're saying is for somebody who has rules and regulations by which he lives his life. Why I say rules, and if I go into values and principles, now it looks a bit big. But I don't do this, I do this. When you don't have that, so many people don't have that.
And that's where the problem
They don't have that.
That's where the problem lies.
Where are you going? I'm not going anywhere. Where? Okay, I'm going. And the person leaves her bag and follows you. Because she doesn't have any plan for herself or himself. And wherever you're going is okay. But if you know, I don't do this, where are you going? I'm going to the nightclub, and I'm not a nightclubber. You sit down. Yes. But some people do not have values and principles by which they live their lives. They don't even know who they are, apart from saying their name and probably their course of study and all that. If you tell people to tell you who they are without mentioning their names, their profession, and where they come from, you find out that a lot of people will not know what they will tell you. Because they don't know what they stand for. And that's why this craze over Valentine's. Because nobody, you find out that nobody really sits down to ask, what is this Valentine all about? So many of the youths don't even know, these days, don't even know about Saint Valentine and what he did. They don't know. If you ask them, how did this celebration come about? Just like Christmas, they'll tell you it's celebrating the birth of Christ. They can't tell you what it's all about. All they know is Lover's Day.
That's actually the new name.
Yes.
Lover's Day.
Yes. It's Lover's Day. So you go and get yourself a lover, and then you catch fun with your lover. These drugs he's saying, or he mentioned, these drugs are for the ultimate pleasure.
Yes.
That's what those drugs are for. You lose your inhibition so that you will not feel, you will not be in control of yourself anymore, and you flow with whatever is going on around you. So the whole Valentine thing is,
so for the singles, it's actually a time to create alternatives. Whatever you don't like, whatever you think is not right, you should have an alternative to go about them. You create alternative for that season. There are better things to do at that season, which will make you not even remember what others are doing. Because if you say you just be indoors and be alone, I'll tell you the truth, you almost like feel lonely and depressed.
For those who are staying in the hostels, maybe everybody goes away and you're left alone.
And those who are working, or even
those who are working,
you see people in the office trying to round up the activity just to leave, and you are just like,
in your house now. Is there any point in your house, point in time that you will stay that you can't find something to do?
I'd rather think that what should be done in that season, like I say, creating alternative. You just have to, if it is 3 or 4 friends that you can still hang out that day.
You still hang out.
No.
Don't play with the children in your neighborhood. You don't know what
if you feel it's about going out thing.
If you go out, you will see things that will make you feel somehow.
You can see
an alternative to feeling lonely, you know.
You hang out.
You just step out of
remember that everybody is going out that day.
Go out.
And where the problem is are those places where you hang out.
You hang out in your house now.
That's why I said
you have a community of friends.
If you gather the children in your vicinity, that area where you live, and cook a pot of rice for them,
aside from the children,
and there are
community of friends who want to leave their house that day, but don't know. They are indecisive of where to go.
If they had not mentioned that day is Valentine Day, would they feel the pressure of going out?
They will not, but because the society wants them to align to what they are doing,
and
so
that is, they are also somehow aligning to that. You are not defining who you are. Because when you define who you are, and you know that, okay, because somebody called today Lover's Day, it doesn't have to shift what I have planned for myself this week. Have I finished what I planned for myself this week that I'm going to do Lover's Day? I don't have a boyfriend, I don't have a husband, so what am I going out to do? Okay, my friends, those friends you want to hang out with, one of them will bring the girlfriend or the boyfriend, and then they will start intimidating you that is single.
Not really.
That kind of a thing, because you're hanging out.
Are you talking about your
Not
single
really.
friends?
There are single friends in your group
that will be wallowing in the loneliness.
No,
because that's what I'm seeing it
there are fun environments to be with. There are fun environments.
They go out at the back of their minds. They know that they are.
Okay, let me give you a little part of what I did when I was single. I have a group of friends where we, in that season of time, we go out just to play games. We go out to a video house.
So basically spending time with friends and loved ones. Spend
time with friends, and because of that, they say you will sponsor my lunch today. And we just do all of those. We just do little crazy things to create beautiful memories. Not because we are feeling somehow about the celebration that we're not part of it, but because we want to feel ourselves.
That's the pressure. The pressure is okay. Me, I would say, you know, if you will feel pressured, go home and spend time with your family.
Yes.
If you will feel pressured, I bet you if you go home, you will forget that there's anything happening that day. That's true. Because because when you come together as singles, one person will throw one joke, say that all of us will be here now, don't get paid.
Well, the thing is, you know, since I think one of the reasons why people seem to misunderstand this idea of Valentine is they feel like, okay, since this priest, you know, married, was, you know, he was involved with making sure couples got married and all of that, so they have this idea that, okay, it is strictly for romantic love. And it's, in a way, I don't know, is it a valid point to make when people say this thing, you know, they want to make it to be a romantic thing because of what the saint did, which involves romantic love, you know, love, you know. Do you think it is do you think this idea is narrow? And you know, what's your perspective concerning that angle of line of thoughts, rather?
Well, Saint Valentine was wedding couples who wanted to get married, and now it's narrowed down to romance between those who intend to get married, and now those who don't intend to get married but who just want to feel the couple thing are now doing it. They are not, they don't want to get married. Do you understand? Because it's like some priests today do it. If you're having issues with the families, if the people who want to get married are having issues with their family, the man's family is saying we don't want this lady, and all that kind of thing, some priests will tell you to come to them, that once two of you are in agreement that they will wed you people. Now, if you don't belong to that category, I don't know what you're doing with the Valentine thing. If you, like I told you earlier, those in the primary school, do they have business with that Valentine?
Yeah.
I think those who are more principled should start speaking out and holding probably events to commemorate, because I think there's a vacuum, and that's why the life will fill it up, either with good or bad. Since there are no positive events and activities that go around, that happen around this time, a vacuum is created. Something must fill it.
Of course.
So imagine a situation where we have, the way we celebrate Christmas and everything, where we have events that bring out or highlight the core values of Valentine and love. I think it will start. Some of these youths are doing this thing because it's what's trending. They don't know anything about it.
Well, most churches do. Most churches have all these Valentine conferences or Valentine meetings,
where
particularly for youth,
where they are talking to youth about they don't use
that kind of love.
That's not,
and they don't want to hear
it. Look at the number of giveaways and free gifts and free will donations that go around Christmas. Why don't we experience such things during Valentine? A church will do widowhood outreach, do children's gather the children in and do a Valentine's party for children.
That's what love is all about, actually.
Yes.
Feed the children those days, and all those. Don't do all this couples conference. You're still coupling the whole thing.
Yes.
Because Saint Valentine, I believe, his intention was not really to
Strictly.
Yes, he just saw that these people. Why are you denying them? They didn't say they will not be soldiers. They just want to get married. But because probably there was a war going on and you want them to fight, you tell them you will not marry.
Does marriage actually imply distraction?
I don't know. He felt that
was his line of thought.
Yes, that was his line of thought.
Yeah.
So,
that the young men the soldiers who were not married were
performing better,
than those who were married.
Of course.
But you're now denying somebody his right as a human being. When I want to get married, I get married. Now you're telling me I found the woman I want to marry, and you're telling me because I'm a soldier, I shouldn't. And probably when he goes to war, then you will say, if he goes to war and doesn't come back,
that's all.
And then or sometimes when they go and come back, another man has married the woman that they wanted to marry, that kind of thing. And you're telling him, so Saint Valentine was like, don't deny them this thing. They will still go and fight, but this is what they want.
So in essence, Valentine and the romance. The romance part of it is a kind of narrow. There are other aspects of the Valentine and love that should be explored.
Yes, because he was not really looking at it from the romantic point of view. He was trying to help these people.
He was not looking at it.
So if we channel helping, if we see Valentine as a time to help those who are in need, identify a need within your environment and then meet it. I think that was what he was basically doing.
And do all you can, because at some point some people may know a need but may not as well have the boldness to go meet the need. Valentine at that point understood this risk he was about to take, because in our time we don't except if it is business. Except if it is business, something you will gain something from. People don't like taking risks, especially if their lives are to be involved. So we saw a young man who felt that even if I die doing this, it is worth the cost, and so he went all the way to ensure that the right thing are done. So if people will learn the culture of ensuring that the right thing is done wherever, at any time, aside the season of Valentine, it's still a culture to emulate from that season of Valentine.
Yes, and I think one of the major influences that has made people lose touch of what Valentine is social media.
Wow.
Because there are a lot of performative displays of affection on social media everywhere. I mean, we all know how it goes. Once you open your social media, WhatsApp, anything, you're already seeing gifts, you're already seeing all forms of. How do you think this impacts the authenticity of Valentine's celebration? Are people really expressing their true feelings, or do they just want to show off?
At some point, you will see people trying to use that season to make up for an already existing disagreement. Maybe they have not been in talking terms. Maybe there have been a lot of issues happening amongst them. So they want to use that season to, and that has not been guaranteed yet that they are actually together. So somebody who's by the corner, who doesn't know why I am doing what I'm doing in this season for this person, will carry it and say, okay, these people are very perfect, they have been, and you put your partner or whoever you are into a relationship with under pressure to really go beyond his capacity. Because any gift or any kindness you want to show that goes beyond your reach per time is no longer a gift, is foolishness. Because at that point where you are giving out what you, it's just like somebody trying to borrow to impress, borrow to offer a help. You don't do that. You give from what you have.
That's what social media does now. Social media creates an unrealistic
Yeah.
expectation.
Yes.
Because it's like what you see on social media. It's like two friends who are coming out from having issues. We've already scheduled a photo shoot, and probably one does something and they're coming out from the same room and they're abusing themselves, but they've already scheduled the photo shoot, and when they come out, ow, ow, and they do that kind of, and the photographer gets what he wants,
Yes.
and then they go. Nobody, those social media will just show you those pictures.
That's what we want to
They don't
see.
tell you the reality on ground. Now, you look at those pictures and you're seeing two friends who so much love themselves and all that, not knowing that after that picture, they fought. And that
Yes.
after then, they don't no longer talk to themselves. You're just seeing something that doesn't have context. It doesn't have depth.
Yeah.
And most what social media does is that we believe so much in what we see online. When people present an already made image, the intention is to give you that impression, which you take. But you should know that this is an impression that this person wants to create. Might not necessarily be true. We now allow social media to become a guide
Yes.
to how we live our lives, because everybody wants to be doing it the way it's trending.
Yeah.
You want to be on top of your game and everything. You don't want to be seen as somebody who is slacking and all that.
Of course, why should I?
And
Why
then,
should I?
so when
I
people
have
now
friends already.
present those images,
I have people who are looking up to me, possibly classmates, people I grew up with,
Followers.
people that already are holding me in a particular regard. So why should I create a different impression?
it's their business. From when I was a little child, there's something I used to tell my mom when I have a fallout with her, and she will say, Ibegi. I'll tell her, Mommy, I don't have eBay. When I came to this world, I came alone. I don't even have a twin. So don't do that eBay thing for me. Your expectations for me is your own.
Expectation.
It doesn't have to be my own. That's where when you understand who you are, you know that this person expects me to do this, but I don't like doing that thing, so I'm not going to do it.
Simple.
So your expectation is yours, it's not mine.
But there are people who like working under pressure. That is, they say they prefer when they are under tension, they perform better. They feel they do their best when they're under pressure. How
And when
do
the pressure is coming from different sources,
Different sources.
Yeah.
how are you going? You'll be a marionette that will be dragged here, because you perform best under pressure. But where is your pressure coming from? Social media.
Okay.
You think, okay, you've met up with this one, a higher one will be flashed on the social media, and you jump up again.
So, in other words, your whole life outside of social media is nothing. And
Social
That
media
is-
should not be a guide. It should not guide you on how to live
I'm
your life.
trying to
You
agree to a point with what you are saying.
Okay.
Actually, that is outside social media, your life is on hold.
Yes.
And so, if social media is played, your life is playing along.
Well, this brings the question whether this celebration is actually necessary, because you mentioned something earlier when you were talking and you were like, this celebration which is not even necessary. And so I've started to wonder, is this celebration of any importance at all? Is it necessary? Is this something that we have to take so seriously the way it is taken so seriously now?
For me,
Yeah.
personally, it's not necessary. It is not.
So there's no value.
Because
generally.
when you look at what is the outcome that you're seeing in society, you will want to, if it's possible for them to ban it, especially for us.
I beg to differ.
Especially
It's
for us
true.
here, because if you go to the Western world, you find out that Valentine cards, that people take time to write messages that will
Personalized.
that will impact. Do we appreciate cards here?
That's what I'm saying.
Try it now. Go and write something and give to somebody.
Somebody said, is it Napoleon Hills? He said the world is not bad because of the influence of bad people. It's because the good people kept quiet. So that Valentine has been abused to a reasonable extent doesn't mean that we shouldn't take out the good out of Valentine. That sacrifice, that selflessness, that purity of
doesn't happen
people.
again.
There are a few people who still uphold that, apart from that special day, Valentine.
Well, because of time, I just want to ask this final question before we close. How do you think people can come back to understanding the true meaning of Valentine? Just briefly, just what do you have to, advise to people? How do we go back to what Valentine really is?
I think we should go back to the family. Let us make Valentine celebration a family celebration, where, if it's possible, parents should gather their children on that day, just like Christmas, and then you have a fun time. It shouldn't. This one should happen at the beginning of the year, and after New Year, let the next time we gather, cook, make merry, invite friends who can come around, and just relax and have fun. People around you will get a feeling of that. I think we should come back to the family first of all, because I believe if we celebrate Valentine in the family, when your children are going out, they will carry that tradition that is established and still go out with it. That's
so what are your 2 cents before we close?
Okay, I think Valentine should go back to the major reason why it started in the first place, which was doing the right thing for people who feel they may not be able to speak up for themselves, do it by themselves, going all the way out to do it for them, just to ensure that the right thing is done. And when you start doing something that is right, you may not as well get the audience, the applause, but then consistently doing that over time, we create a lot of community around you where people will be translated into that kind of ideology which you oppose. So when we start it, we shouldn't just stop at starting it. We should keep at it so that the community can be a place where we love and we give out love to people.
Thank you so much, Udochi and Godswill, for this lovely, lovely, lovely conversation on Valentine's Day. I hope we all understand what Valentine's Day is and practice it the right way. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Valentine's Day, while intended to be a celebration of love, often gets muddled with misconceptions, especially among young people. And these misconceptions include ideas such as it's only for romantic couples, you need to have a date, expensive gifts are a must, it's all about sex, and it's a competition. And it's also undeniable that Valentine's Day has become heavily commercialized. The pressure to buy expensive gifts and plan elaborate gestures can be overwhelming for some. However, many people are pushing back against this by opting for more personalized and meaningful expressions of love, such as handmade cards or experiences shared together. And these misconceptions have heavily affected how the celebration is being perceived. Let's hear the idea people have on the streets about Valentine's.
My own view on Valentine, first of all, Valentine, as we know, is like a love celebration, or how people put it today. But in my own point of view, it's celebrated not the way it's supposed to be. First of all, you go back to the issue of how Valentine was like. People celebrate, the celebration is like a memory of the Saint Valentine from Rome, whereby on the day, Romans normally, you have one wife, or should I say one girl, that a man and a woman, they come together and then they spend that entire day together. That's originally how Valentine was celebrated. But before that, Valentine was, the reason why people celebrate Valentine was like a general love celebration, love for one another, not girlfriend and boyfriend love or husband and wife love, or the type of love people are doing these days. That's not how it's supposed to be celebrated. But since that times change and people adapt to certain things, That's what has caused this kind of celebration or the kind of way we celebrate Valentine's Day. But I personally think that the way it's celebrated is not how it's supposed to be celebrated.
Valentine, I would say that it's an important occasion or event because it's a time that people express love to their loved ones. And to me, although it's not the only time that you can express love, but every time, like Christmas, we know that Christmas is specifically made for celebration of Christ's birth, just like Valentine now, we are using it to express love. So on that day, people are expected to you go out of your way to show people love, visit the less privileged, show them special love, and that is what I think is expected that day. To me, it's not a day to go and fornicate or do all those things. No, it's a day to go and show love to the less privileged, the motherless babies, and maybe the beggars on the streets. That is what it is to me.
It's actually a person by the name Valentine. So it's a saint of the Catholic religion or Catholic Church. So I think because of his good work, and I can't really remember all the history behind him, but it's about his good work towards people, his kindness and love towards people, especially the youth. During the time, I guess that it was impossible for people to share love or to even come together to become to become partners or husband and wife. So that was when he was when he had kind of show love to people and everything. And when he eventually died, so people see him as an icon, and the youth they start celebrating him and all that. So, but now nobody even talk about the person in question or the reason for the celebration and his lifestyle. So people kind of change the narrative with the things that they are seeing we are seeing in the environment today. So people coming back to understand the true meaning of Valentine, I think is go back to history, because history is very, very important. Know why these days this person is actually being celebrated, know why it's like this, and know if that's what you're actually doing or are you doing something contrary to it. So that's it. It's about reorientation, reformation of the idea, so to see if that good that is being turned to another thing or whatever, see if there's a way to make it a better one.
Well, Valentine has to do with love, love not only for your friends, your family, your husband, your wife, even for your enemies too. So Valentine is all about sharing and caring for your loved ones and both for your enemies too. So that's just a brief explanation of what I know about Valentine. Now people think or they see Valentine as a time of where you go to a hotel and do whatever. But Valentine is not only about having some sexual intercourse, or as you put it. Valentine has to do with sharing, caring, praying together, eating together. You have to love each other.
Valentine is not necessarily a holiday for the lovers, from my opinion. It's a day to show love to your mom, your dad, your sister, everybody. But in Nigeria we don't know, so it's boyfriend and a girlfriend type of something. But show love to your mother and your father, small, buy them something. And for those of you that have babe, well, go on with your Valentine packages. What happened to those days in primary school where Emeka will give you sweets and you'll be smiling like a fool? Now this is making everything seem so overwhelming. But if you have money and you can run it, you run it. If you don't have money, that's buy your babe sweet.
Valentine is okay though. I don't really have any ideas on Valentine, but for those that I love, they can celebrate Valentine. For the single ones, we'll wait for next year as normal. But Valentine is cool. The gifts, teddy bears, cakes, and whatnot. Valentine is not really a necessary holiday, but it has been put there for reasons, history reasons. But it's just, I don't know, but I don't really fancy Valentine. I don't know why people love celebrating Valentine. I think it's the oppression and whatnot. I don't get babe, normal, but for those that I love and get babe, they should celebrate. It's nice.
Valentine is good though, but the way people are celebrating it now, e get as e be, because some people are doing bad things because of Valentine, which is not good. Because whatever you do, you still have the consequences. Valentine, they say that it's time to share love. What type of love are you sharing? Are you using that time to do bad things, or are you using that time to meet people, show them love by giving them what you know that they will really need?
Valentine's Day at its core is a celebration of love in various forms. It is not just about romantic gestures, expensive gifts, or societal expectations. Instead, it's a day to consciously acknowledge and appreciate the connections that enrich our lives. This includes romantic love, of course, but also the bonds we share with family, friends, and perhaps most importantly, the love we have for ourselves. To rediscover the true spirit of Valentine's Day, we need to understand that it's about genuine expression, thoughtful gestures, and heartfelt appreciation. A handwritten card expressing gratitude to a friend, a phone call to a distant relative, or simply taking time for self-care and reflection can be more meaningful than any extravagant activity. And ultimately, Valentine's Day should be a reminder to cherish the love in our lives, not just on one day of the year, but every day. By removing superficiality and focusing on genuine connection, we can reclaim the true essence of this holiday and make it a celebration of love in its purest and most authentic form. Well, this is where we draw the line on today's episode of Gender Perspectives. Thank you for staying with us all through the program, and I hope you enjoyed today's conversation. Make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms. We are live 24/7 on YouTube. As always, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. See you next week.
Good afternoon, entertainment, and I'm your baby girl Queenette Wokunta. Don't forget, thank God it's Friday, of course. Friday and the whole vibes and energy it comes with. Of course, the entertainment program and show is not out of it. Welcome back for the second time. You shouldn't be tired of hearing welcome back, right? So like I was saying, the entertainment industry, I found the entertainment program, before I said entertainment industry, on Signature TV is not out of the buzz of what's actually going on in the entertainment world. And don't forget that today is Friday, where we tend to bring you some interesting stories. There's a little twist today. I wouldn't be recommending an interesting movie for you to see this weekend. Rather, we'll be going through our playlist pile on what has been trending on TikTok this week. Right, so let's delve into the stories of the day. The movie star stated, oh, sorry, an Hollywood actress and producer Funke Akindele has described herself as self-made. The movie star stated that she owes her success to the film industry to none other than God. Speaking at the Media Independent Practitioner Association of Nigeria, MIPAN, on 2025 Media Sales Conference in Lagos, Akindele explained that her success in the film industry was due to her hard work and dedication. She, however, admitted that veteran singer D'banj played a significant role in her career success. Funke Akindele came into the limelight after starring in the popular sitcom I Need to Know, which ran from 1998 to 2002. Her big break came in 2008 when she starred in the movie Jennifer. She holds the record for the highest grossing producer in Nigeria cinema. And of course, you're going to agree with me. I know she'll give some accolade. Like she said, she would thank D'banj for being part of her growth in the movie industry. And we would agree that Funke Akindele has not just been a wonderful and a spectacular actress, but also a director and producer. Not just because of Everybody Loves Jennifer, but of course, all the movies that we've been seeing, Battle on Booker Street, Jennifer's Diaries. You know, I don't want to over-exaggerate, but she's saying all thanks to God. She's giving her accolade to God alone. Because of course, if there's anybody you should give any thanks to, first of all, before you start looking up to human beings, is God. I'm sure most people will be expecting her to have mentioned their name, because we human beings, you always like this significance. Like, give me my flowers, give me my accolade, give me my wine, I deserve it. Do you know who I am? I made you who you are. You know, statements like that. But she gave everything to God, but she didn't forget that D'banj was part of her career growth. All right, Nigerian business mogul Femi Otedola hosted Afrobeat superstar Wizkid and Burna Boy to a dinner experience at his Lagos home on Wednesday, February 26, 2025. The chairman of FBN Holdings was pleased to host the music stars as he took to his various social media pages to post pictures from the dinner. The 62-year-old Ibadan-born billionaire described the meeting as a true privilege. He further expressed admiration for the impact of Afrobeat on the global stage. Otedola earlier hosted Tony Elumelu at his Dubai residence. Taken to his Instagram page, he shared a photo of both of them together and captioned it, "It was a pleasure to host my good friend. African pride. Tony Elumelu at my Dubai residence last night. Building bridges, sharing visions, and celebrating excellence." I think this man is just a very chill, you know, chill, fun to be with. Because at the end of the day, I know most people will be asking, why is he inviting Wizkid and Burna Boy to his house? Do they want to have a music, you know, maybe they want to have a collabo in music. I think he just wanted to have this chill and fun with them, nothing serious, you know. But come to think of it, anyways, I don't want to bring it to his, but why didn't he make them three? Wizkid, Burna Boy, and Davido. I think he was trying to avoid some kind of drama. So yeah, I mean, Burna Boy and Wizkid are a good term. But of course, we know the other story. So yeah, that's basically it. He just wanted to like chill with them like he already did with Tony Elumelu in Dubai. So I think he's just trying to have fun with close friends and, you know, people like this. Nothing too serious. All right, Nigerian music star Divine Ikobo, popularly known as Rema, Mercy Chinwo, Ira Star, and D'banj have emerged best winners at the 2025 Trace Awards. The 2025 Trace Awards held at the Mora Resort in Zanzibar, Tanzania. Rema clinched 2 major awards, winning Album of the Year for his hit album He Is, and the Best Male Artist, while sensational gospel artist Mercy Chinwo took home the Best Gospel Artist Award. Grammy-nominated singer Ira Star was recognized as the Best West African Artist, while the band received the prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award in recognition of his contribution to Africa's music industry. Other Nigerian winners include P Prime, who won Best Producer for MMS, and Meji Alabi, who earned Best Music Video for directing Rema's DND. The Trace Award now is in its second edition, celebrates Africa's top artists and as well spotlights the rich cultural stories that shaped their artistry. The event, also known as Trace Award and Summit, was established in 2023 by Trace Group to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the French pay TV music video television channel Trace TV. It is aimed at honoring outstanding achievements in Africa and Afro-inspired music and culture around the world, and is broadcast live on Trace TV and Trace Africa across over 180 countries. I want to make a statement. I'm so proud of them. I'm so happy for them. I mean, Rema Arasta, the band, Mercy Chinwo. There was a time I usually say, why doesn't Nigerian music artists win some of these awards, Headies, Grammy, you know? And someone was like, they don't see them as entertainers, they see them as ministers. But this is music we're talking about. Even if they are not entertainers, they should have some sort of recognition. So I'm so happy that Trace could actually acknowledge. And I think I'm more happy with the whole buhaha that is happening between Mercy Chinwo and her manager, Easy T. I know we netizens will still say that possibly Easy T was gotten her to that milestone that she's able to get to this point, because of course this whole nomination thingy started a long time ago. It didn't just start yesterday and the award was given today. It is possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm saying maybe in a normal way people wouldn't expect her to win the award because of the whole comments that has been coming up, especially from Very Dark Man's digging and evidence that he's been saying on social media. So I'm so happy. I think this could calm her down, give her a little bit of joy and peace that, oh, she is still recognized. Apart from the whole buhaha that is happening, we would agree that Mercy Chinwo is an amazing singer. She brings the whole drama to her music, from the beat to, you know. So I mean, the accolades should go to her. I think they should do more to most of this gospel artists. They should give them more of this accolades, not just Mercy Chinwo. There are so many of them. There's so many of them. So I think we should do more by giving them some of these awards, not just secular music. It's looking like we don't give recognitions to gospel music, which for me is not really fair. All right, so moving forward, Snoop Dogg is now rich, rolling with Tune FM after crapping on his billion stream Spotify earnings earlier today. But music stop streamer is telling us the DOGG may want to audit his operation. They are saying those type of numbers pay very well. $45,000 for a billion streams. It's well documented that a billion streams on Spotify generates millions of dollars to rights holders. It's unfortunate to hear that Spotify's payments didn't make it through Snoop. The spokesperson continues, Snoop's a legend, and hopefully now that he owns Death Row Records, he's seeing more of that money. Earlier today, Snoop the Tune FM founder Andrew Anta put their partnership on paper and announced plans to move his catalog on over. And it's just maybe exclusively. Snoop dropped a new track to coincide with the announcement, and it's not on Spotify yet. The legendary rap star ripped Spotify's back in December 2023 after he claimed to only receive $45,000 after tearing off the packaging for his billion streams award. All right. Like they said, he's making so much money from his own record label, and but it's not a guarantee that you shouldn't pay him what he's worth. You're supposed to pay him more than that. If people are saying, oh, his music has gotten to that point that he's supposed to get more pay, then he is supposed to get more pay. You cannot just say, so are you trying to say, oh, because someone has a gas plant and he has so much money and he's supposed to make like $1 million from this, you won't pay him $1 million, you'll pay him $1,000? Make it make sense. All right, let's go into more juicier stories. This is from the foreign, saying Rod de Molina and Lily Estefan, hosts of Univision's El Gordo La Flaca, have been honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, unveiled on Thursday. For over 27 years, the duo has led one of the most well-known pop culture news shows, working at Univision alongside Lily Estefan for 27 years, longer than most marriages. I consider her my sister, said De Molina. Estefan, in turn, expressed gratitude for the recognition of Latin figure, saying, "Thank you, Hollywood, for celebrating our culture and giving space to stories like mine, which reflects millions of immigrants in their country." In a statement released prior to the ceremony, the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, which oversees the Walk of Fame, also graduated them. Today, we are thrilled to honor the dynamic duo of Rod de Molina and Lily Estefan for their incredible contribution to the television industry. The chemistry and charisma have entertained audiences for years, and we are proud to celebrate their achievements with this special two-star ceremony on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Estefan is the niece of singer-songwriter Gloria Estefan, who also attended Thursday's ceremony. Let's have a view of that.
I want to say that the first time that I came here, I was about 20 years old. Of course, everyone that comes to Los Angeles, they're taken here to the Walk of Fame. I never imagined in my life that today I will be getting a start in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Really. Working in Univision alone, Lily Estefan, for 27 years, longer than most marriages.
Oh, yes.
La considero mi hermana. And you know why this have worked? Because we are the same way that we are on the show, that we are with everyone. Y el público que está aquí son los que nos abren las puertas de su casa y su corazón todos los días. Gracias a ellos es que seguimos aquí después de 27 años.
Ana. Medio. Yo quiero. Javier.
You know how much I admire you.
Raúl, Lili. Los dos aquí en medio, aquí en medio. Lili, straight ahead. Lili, straight ahead. Come back a little. Come back a little.
Right, very big congratulations to them. I can see the whole happiness to the woman beside him, the whole joy for the fact that they're actually recognizing the Latin movies. for this. That's a very huge honor. I think there's this whole thing behind this star that, anyways, we'll get there soon. Alright, the Royal Geographical Society is opening its archives to launch a first of its kind collection in London on Thursday. The Royal Geographical Society will unveil its collection with British Heritage Travel Organization Travels Fair for the first time and its headquarters in London. According to the press release, the collection includes artifacts from the RGS 200-year history, which inspire the new Royal Geographical Society collection of trips. The organization, along with Travels Fair, have put together historical itineraries for the travelers that include countries such as Italy, Japan, Canada, Peru, Bolivia, Argentina, and Brazil. Tickets to the Royal Geographical collections are free, and it is open to the public from February 27th. That's since yesterday. So if you've not booked your ticket, start booking your ticket and start going to this place right now because it's free. Okay, let's take a look at the video.
University, but might be. But now started to come into like they've been sort of text they study for university.
And then I took it home and read a jump book.
The Society was founded in 1830 and it's been collecting material ever since, to the point now where we have the largest private map collection in the world. We have approaching 1 million pieces of original photography dating to the inception of the photographic media. We have over 30,000 objects and thousands, tens of thousands of pieces of first-hand written account from people's travels and journeys around the globe. I hope this collection will inspire travellers in the way that it's inspired me, which is to engage with the history of a region that you're travelling to, that will make your engagements with the population, the local people that you meet more profound, and give a certain historicity, a connection to the place that you're going to, and further their enjoyment of the place that they're travelling to. This is a wonderful example of mapping created by Percy Fawcett, the famous British explorer who was lost in South America looking for the lost city of gold. And he was an incredible cartographer, as you can see from the detail within this map. In many cases in the collection we have photographs which are the first photographs ever to be taken of a specific location. Certainly we have some incredible stories linked to characters like Herbert Ponting, to Percy Fawcett and others in the collection, which will really provide a rich tapestry of stories that travellers can tap into. By embarking on one of these itineraries, in many cases you'll be able to follow almost directly in the footsteps of many travellers who've been there in the past. So trailblazing travellers like Carlton Watkins, for example, Jackson, Isabella Bird, Herbert Ponting, remarkable individuals who not only documented their experiences in photography, in artwork, in cartography, but also wrote about their experiences, and in many cases we hope to be able to share some of that with you.
These are amazing, actually. This is not sound. You guys can answer my questions out. Who are but these aren't drawings, are they?
No, they are hand-tinted black and white prints.
Wow. Just came back from Japan.
Yeah, they would have been collected in.
We hope this collection inspires travelers to give them more depth of the destination. You know, we can see these destinations as they are today, but you know, getting the chance to see the historical collections that the RGS has, it gives more depth and understanding of the destinations and where they come from.
Before 1912, I can't remember exactly.
This is the one that fascinates me.
China, Tibet, Korea, and she brought together a collection of weight of the front. It's actually got an inscription from Isabella herself at the front, the very front of it.
I mean, I think, you know, when you go to a place as common as Italy, where people go all the time, you get to see historical Italy and giving depth to a destination where, you know, people are very excited about going today. But, you know, Japan, Peru, these destinations that have such historical significance to the world, we get the opportunity to see them, you know, through the ages as opposed to what they offer the world today. Well, we're going to some of the, you know, poorest communities in the world when we decide to travel, and we have the opportunity to transform lives if it's done right. Travel, you know, has historically gone, you know, more isolating and more remote, and taking people away from, you know, local communities and focusing on, you know, tourist attractions. But, you know, community tourism is about shared responsibility and bringing people in to the communities, and the communities being part of the story of what you're seeing when you travel.
But Isabella's interesting because she cut straight through that. She went straight to physically finding
All right, let me make this very clear. That place is not for sightseeing. It's for you to go and learn. For those that want to book their tickets because it's free, it's not for sightseeing. It's to learn. All right. So Italian luxury label Prada said its women's wear collection at Milan Fashion Week on Thursday aimed to question what femininity is today and how it can be defined. Models walked among metal scaffolds on patterned carpets at Prada's catwalk show, wearing loose dresses and clothes with raw seams exposed. Milcia Prada and Ralph Simons called the fall-winter 2025 women's wear raw glamour in the press notes. Milan Fashion Week, running until March 3rd in the third stop in the months-long global fashion calendar, which also features shows in New York, London, and Paris. So let's have a view of that. so beautiful, and you would agree with me, isn't it? And I love the whole idea of femininity women wear. Femininity, I don't know how to explain this femininity thing, but it's God, I lack words. But if you understand, the dress is giving feminine decency, you know, just the way our mothers used to wear their clothes those times. I know some of us will not agree with some of the clothes you saw, but my dear, that is a femininity, and of course the decent women wear we have always known, right? And just sometimes you need to style it. And one thing about fashion is the confidence you put in it. It's not even about what you wear. That's the funniest part. So I love the whole outfit, the flowery dress, the whole idea behind it. I love the whole jacket scene part, the hair, the whole idea of the hair looking as if it's a little bit messy. I like it. All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, I will review some music you have to add to your playlist this weekend, and of course some interesting TikTok trends, so stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is a playlist pause segment / TikTok trend. So here comes the first music. The first music is Arike. We just have a Kumi. I know you know this song, don't worry. So a tempting and soulful hit record tagged Arike by an uber talented, multi-faceted emerging singer Kumi has enthralled the music nation. Finally, the overwhelming new engrossing record is another majestic hit that deserves to take place in your music library if you truly accept energetic standard music. Do you understand? So I'm sure you agree with me that Arike is that music, is that cool music. How do I explain? But it's resonating to the soul. I know they'll say it's for ladies, whatever, but truth is Arike is that music you always want to wear your headphone or your earpiece to listen to, especially during chill time. It's not for dance compared to Charlie Poppy's song. Alright, let's move forward. So Laho by Charlie Poppy is an outstanding new smash hit tune titled Laho. just released by Charlie Poppy, a famous and highly esteemed Nigerian singer, songwriter, and CEO of Plutomania Record. Beyond that, Lahore is both his first single of the year and the sequel of his previously released popular song. Finally, the overwhelming new engrossing record is another majestic hit that deserves to take place in your music library if you truly accept energetic standard music. So let's take a look at the drama behind this particular song.
Desperado, many, my amigo, Balotelli, ladies taking me photo, paparazzi, Don Julio, Don Diami, Ecumedeu, la, ni prestas aula. Desperado, many, my amigo, Balotelli, ladies taking me photo, paparazzi, Don Julio, Don Diami, Ecumedeu, la, ni prestas aula.
I think I'm the only one that have not done a challenge on this particular song, and I feel very left out. Don't worry, I'll do my own and I'll upload it here. Alright, moving forward, we have Burna Boy update. A Grammy-nominated award-winning Nigerian musical artist, Burna Boy, has begun the year with the release of a striking new banger called Update. Meanwhile, the enduring new smash banger with captivating lyrics On a Normal Day, they no fit touch my energy, was chosen by his latest breakthrough album, No Sign of Weaknesses. Finally, the overwhelming new engrossing record is another majestic hit that deserves to take place in your music library if you truly accept energetic standard music. So I'm telling you, whether you like it or yes, this music has to be part of your library. Alright, up next is BTC Wetego by Black Bones featuring Fino and Young John. In his latest single, Wetego, the multi-instrumentalist and rap sensation from Nigerian Black Bones, a scorching signee of the Chocolate City record label, unveils an incredible new club masterpiece. Additionally, this new stunning and energetic sound featured the ability of two gratifying legendary Nigerian superstars, Fido and Young John. Finally, the overwhelming new engrossing record is another majestic hit that deserves to take place in your music library if you truly accept energetic and standard music. I'm giving you interesting music. You should be giving me my flowers. I know you say, we take go. Fino is part of it. Young John is part of it. What more can we expect? It's a normal Igbo instrumental. Don't guess. Go and play. I even forgot to tell you that Burna Boy Update Music has this whole intro of this old music. They call it soul to soul, right? Yeah, the intro gives a soul to soul sound. So yeah, go check it out. Now finally, it's We Will Be Many by Sound of Salem featuring Lawrence Ayo and Moses Ako. We Will Be Many is an uplifting gospel single by Sound of Salem, a perceptive Nigerian gospel musician who collaborated with two incredibly brilliant Nigerian gospel musicians, Moses Ako and Lawrence Ayo. Finally, the overwhelming new engrossing record is another majestic hit that deserves to take place in your music library if you truly accept energetic standard music. Of course, me, I have this song, so I don't know why you don't have it in your Let's have a look. Let's take a look at the dance challenge behind this particular song. So you and I, we need to go for dance classes because see those children do those things. I don't know. I'm being left out in so many things. So don't worry. My New Year resolution for next month is I'm gonna take dance classes. I'm going to take content creating. Hold me responsible if I don't. Don't hold me. I don't see that. So let's move into our TikTok trend. There's this particular sound trending on TikTok which got my attention, and it has this whole drama and caption concerning workplace, and of course the month has come to an end today, and it's definitely salary week. Okay, let's see what content have been created that got my attention.
Lord, I can't take it no more. Give me money, woman, you give me before. Lord, can't take it no more. Give me money, woman, you give me. After half, I take off the girl with some. Laugh over me and then take it for fun. This world, and I want chance again.
Good morning, man. Good morning, sir.
You came to greet us, our leader. Morning, your skirt is long today, oh. Hey, God is good, oh. Come buy me buy Amala. You came at the right time. From that woman, 4th Street away, oh. Don't buy on this street here, oh. All right, well done.
What's up, money, man?
Which money? Use your money. I'll give you when you come back. Then when you come back, come let me print something.
Okay,
well done. Intern, cool share, oh. Woman with long skirt.
Where is the box of food? So you should meet me here. I'm going to go and buy a man. All this Gen Z. See this one. Hey! Good morning, man.
You don't have work you are doing, Abi?
No, I'm going back inside now.
Let me give you work. Come and let me do my own go in my office. Come here to I will give you work to do. After that, maybe you are Gen Z. You help me snap picture, fine picture. And they start out to do on my TikTok. You help me do that one too. Since you don't have work, let me give you work. Intern. Oh yeah, inside. Come and help me do that, Ugu. Oh yeah, inside. Fine boy. Now intern na be, I know kill person.
Agreement is agreement, yo. We don't reach for settlement. You can't tell me nonsense. Agreement is agreement, yo. Agreement is agreement, yo. Agreement is agreement, yo. We don't reach for settlement. You can't tell me nonsense. Agreement is agreement, yo.
You know, Jay is a handful. Jay is actually a handful. I don't know. They don't do that to interns here. I don't know where people are getting all this whole content from. Which one is go and buy me food? Use your money. Anyways, yes, it's the end of the month, so you know most people will be. They might even buy new shoe for their finance and human resources to remind them of what to do, right? All right, that's all we have for you on E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV this hour. Join us same time tomorrow. Do not miss out what tomorrow brings. Of course, we have memes of the week. I don't want to miss that. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And don't forget to join us same time tomorrow. I remain your baby girl, Queen Wokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend. Bye.
Good morning. Welcome to Global News and Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Senate rejects Senator Natasha alleged sexual harassment petition. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, sues MultiChoice over subscription price hike. White House says it is reconsidering Ukraine funding pause, and protesters turn out against Slovenia mayor supports of Serbian leader. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions on Wednesday declared the petition of alleged sexual harassment filed by Senator Natasha Akpoti-Oduang and PDP against Senate President Godswill Akpabio as dead on arrival. Chairman of the committee, Senator Neda Imasuen, made this statement during an investigative hearing on petitions related to alleged misconduct by Akpoti-Oduang and allegations of sexual harassment against Akpabio. During Wednesday's plenary, Akpoti-Oduang had announced her petition, read it aloud, and submitted it with Akpabio accepting it. However, a heated debate ensued when Senate Chief Whip, Senator Mohammed Munguno, citing Order 44, argued that Senate rules must be strictly followed. Order 44 states no senator may present to the Senate a petition signed by himself. Munguno warned that any deviation from the rules could lead to a chaos and anarchy and emphasized the Senate's duty to uphold its procedural integrity. He further noted that the matter was already sub judice as Akpoti-Oduang had taken the case to court. He advised that the matter should be referred to the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions. The committee had earlier launched an investigation into the alleged disorderly conduct of Akpoti-Oduang during the plenary session on February 20. The Senate had referred the petition presented by its spokesperson, Senator Yemi Adaramodu, to the committee on February 25th, mandating it to submit its report within 2 weeks. The petition stemmed from the controversy surrounding a recent altercation between Akpoti-Oduang and the Senate's leadership over seats allocation. Present at the hearing to make presentations were the petition's author, Senator Adaramodu, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Rules and Business, Senator Titus Zam, and the Sergeant-at-Arms of the Senate, Muthar Usman. However, Akpoti-Oduang was absent from the investigative hearing. The Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Ali Pate, has announced that the Federal Executive Council, FEC, approved the contract worth 10.3 billion naira for various medical products aimed at improving accessible and affordable healthcare services for Nigerians. Pate disclosed this while briefing State House correspondents after the fourth FEC meeting of the year held on Wednesday. The minister said that first category is 997 million naira for the contract to procure third-line antiretroviral drugs for those who are HIV infected, while the second category is the procurement of locally manufactured diagnostic kits for diabetes. In addition, the minister said a private company based in Lagos had been commissioned to manufacture diagnostic test kits. Pate also said that the president had previously indicated the need for a medical program to lower the cost of medical commodities. In line with this, he said 44.5 billion naira would be used to procure antibiotics, antihypertensive and anti-diabetic medications beyond the test kits, which would be distributed to help lower costs. He added that the test kits were manufactured in Nigeria as part of efforts to patronize local manufacturers. The minister stated that the second approval was 2.1 billion naira for the procurement of a mobile X-ray machine, the rehabilitation and equipment of a 64-slice CT scan at Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Teaching Hospital, Bauchi. Pate explained that the hospital's diagnostic and clinical care services would be of the highest quality, making it a referral center not only for the state's mosques, but also for the wider region. The federal government has pledged its commitments to implementing the End-of-Life Vehicle (ELV) regulation. This aims to protect the environment and transform waste into economic opportunities. Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Senator John Eno, made this known at a stakeholders engagement organized by the National Automotive Design and Development Council (NADDC) on Wednesday in Lagos. He stated that Nigeria has the potential to develop a multi-billion-dollar industry from wastes, creating a vast and valuable economic chain. The minister praised NADDC Director General Josephine Osanipin for his dedication to advancing Nigeria's automotive industry. In his welcome address, Osanipin expressed appreciation for stakeholder support in making ELV a reality. He highlighted that implementing the ELV regulation would create jobs and wealth for at least 40,000 Nigerians. Experts including Dr. Fenere Mbata, Ido Oresanya, Dr. Chimere May, and Dr. Kemjika Ajoku presented papers on ELV's environmental impacts and scrap industry transformation. An independent investigative panel of the Ministry of Interior has commenced a 2-week public hearing on allegations of corruption, abuse of power, torture, and inhumane treatment within the Nigerian Correctional Service. Chairperson of the panel and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Interior, Dr. Magdalene Ajani, says that the objectives of the hearing is to thoroughly investigate these allegations, identify systemic failures, and recommend both immediate and long-term reforms to prevent future violations. She also stated that the panel will diligently examine the challenges faced by correctional officers in carrying out their duties. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedima covered the event for Signature TV and now reports.
On the second day of the public hearing, Dr. Magdalene Ajani said that the Ministry of Interior was committed to addressing the pressing challenges confronting the Nigerian Correctional Service, particularly those affecting judicial sector and related agencies.
Today we are addressing the justice system within the Correctional Service. We have listened to the challenges the Correctional Service has in implementing the Act. Magistrates and justice claiming that some section of the Act is not known to them are the challenges that the Correctional Service is dealing with.
Highlighting some of these challenges, Assistant Controller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service, Ibrahim Idris, pointed out several critical issues, including the judiciary's ignorance of Section 12, subsection 4 to 12 of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019. Severe overcrowding in correctional facilities, as over 70% of inmates await trial. The difficulty of managing inmates awaiting trial and the use of outdated technologies in correctional centers.
As we speak today, almost 70% are awaiting trial. On Section 12, Sub 4, it is extremely difficult for correctional officers to disobey court's orders. But many officers have attempted to write these letters. In most cases, we have been told that some of them said they are not even aware of the act.
Assistant Controller General Ibrahim Idris drew attention to the ongoing struggle to engage inmates awaiting trial in vocational activities, which are meant to aid in their rehabilitation. However, panel member Dr. Ikechukwu ENUGU suggested that correctional officers adopt innovative strategies to encourage inmates to participate in such programs, given that the judicial system's delays significantly contribute to the prolonged detention.
That are on death row, and plus they are awaiting trial themselves, that you cannot administer training programs on them, neither schooling or handicrafts. You can't do anything to these people. If you say, oh yeah, let's go to a workshop, they will tell you, I cannot go because I will be bailed in the next 5 minutes. So we are handicapped by this.
Somebody can come into correctional service today. Of course, he's hoping to go tomorrow. But there is a way you will let him know that even if he's going tomorrow, there is something he can benefit by joining a class today.
Addressing the issue of prolonged pre-trial detention, Assistant Controller General CD Lakitile proposed a legislative reform that would set a maximum time frame from inmates awaiting trial. He suggested that if the courts fail to act within the stipulated period, the Controller General should be granted the authority to discharge affected inmates. This, he argued, would pressure both the Nigerian police and the judiciary to fulfill their responsibilities more effectively.
Legislating on a limited time of stay as awaiting trial, and probably giving the Nigerian Correctional Service or the Controller General that power, vesting that power in him, that if within this period, for that period, this matter is not determined, the service should have the power to discharge the inmate.
So please let's do what the law empowers us to do. They don't know the act, as you are sending the notification. What's the act? You can attach a copy of it. And they are the learned people, so they definitely have access to these things. So we should stop hiding under that.
Meanwhile, the Executive Director of the Prison Fellowship of Nigeria, Dr. Jacob Sado, in his keynote address emphasized that although the Nigerian Correctional Service Act is a revolutionary framework, its effectiveness is hampered by a lack of awareness and synergy among various arms of the criminal justice system.
The Nigerian Correctional Service Act is a revolution, but how much do other members of the criminal justice system, the police, the judiciary, prosecutors, even the defense, how much do they share in this philosophy? How much are they aware of this?
As the investigative panel continues its hearing, stakeholders remain hopeful that the findings and recommendations will lead to meaningful reforms within Nigeria's correctional system. In Abuja, Chimize Zadima for Signature TV. On the second day of the public hearing, Dr. Magdalene Ajani said that the Ministry of Interior was committed to addressing the pressing challenges confronting the Nigerian correctional.
Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing Nigeria's indigenous automobile manufacturing company has donated 4 vehicles comprising 2 pickup cars and 2 crossover vehicles to the ENUGU Security Trust Fund, ESTF. The chief executive officer of the firm, Innocent Chukwuma, made the donation at the Government House ENUGU on Wednesday. The ENUGU state government had on February 16th launched the ESTF, during which the fund raked in over 3 billion naira in physical and online donations. The company donated the 2 pickup vehicles and 2 crossover vehicles to enhance fight crime in Enugu State. Donating the vehicles, Innocent Boss commended Governor Peter Mbah's administration for improved security and social-economic infrastructure in the state. He noted that the administration had made Enugu increasingly conducive for investment, adding that manufacturers in the state were happy and willing to contribute their quota to support government efforts. Responding, Mba expressed gratitude to the company, promising to do more to continue to make ENUGU State the premier destination for investments. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it is prepared to conduct the November 8th governorship elections in Anambra. The state's resident electoral commissioner, REC, Dr. Queen Agu, made this known on Wednesday during an interactive session with journalists in Oka. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, had scheduled the state's governorship elections for November 8 as one of the off-cycle posts in the nation's elections calendar. Apart from the governorship election, 2 by-elections will also be conducted in Anambra. The by-elections are due to the demise of Senator Ifeanyi Uba, who represented Anambra South Senatorial Zone, and to fill the vacant Onitsha North constituency seat in the State House of Assembly. The seat, occupied by Justice Azuka of the Labour Party, became vacant following his kidnap and murder by his abductors. Agu, who noted that the 3 elections could not hold on the same day, insisted that the commission was ready for the elections. She charged the political parties and their candidates to keep to the electoral rules. The REC advised the political parties to start mobilizing, sensitizing their members and organizing their primaries. She assured that the political parties and the residents that the federal government would play its part by providing funds for INEC to conduct the elections. According to Agu, INEC will conduct transparent and credible elections in Anambra State. She lauded the media for maintaining a robust relationship with the commission since her arrival in the state as INEC boss. The Rivers State government has denied media reports that the Chief Judge of the State, Justice Chibuzo Amadi, is embarking on a 1-year vacation. A press release signed by the Chief Registrar of the Rivers State High Court, David Ihua Maduenyi, described the report as malicious, false, and misleading. According to the release, the Chief Judge did not at any time announce nor intends to announce embarking on any recess or extended recess, leave, or whatsoever as such as alien to the calendar of judicial officers. The release advised members of the public to disregard the publication, which it says was designed to cause ill will, dissatisfaction, and confusion in the state. It warned the author and publishers to retract the publications or be prepared to face legal actions. Still to come, Sanwo-Olu to inaugurate 3 new roads in Kosofe. NIDCC president seeks strategic action to build better Nigeria. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has instituted a legal action against MultiChoice Nigeria Limited and its Chief Executive Officer, John Ube, for violating regulatory directives. This is contained in a statement by the Commission's Director of Corporate Affairs, Daje Ijagu, on Wednesday in Abuja. The statement said the company was also charged for obstructing an ongoing inquiry and engaging in conduct at the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act 2018. The Commission, however, said it had directed MultiChoice Nigeria on February 27 to maintain its pricing structure for DSTV and GoTV pending the conclusion of an examination of its proposed price hike. According to the Commission, in spite of the directive, the company proceeded with its price increase on March 1st in clear defiance of the Commission's directive. The FCCPC described MultiChoice's action as a deliberate and calculated attempt to undermine regulatory authority, disrupt markets' fairness, and deny consumers the protection afforded under the law. The FCCPC added that the MultiChoice had not only flouted regulatory processes but demonstrated a pattern of conduct that undermined consumer rights and fair competition. The Commission, however, reiterated its commitment to protect consumers from exploitative business practices and ensure that dominant players in any sector adhere to fair market principles and legal compliance. The debate over wage disparity in Nigeria goes beyond just salaries. It extends to retirement policies and even the cost of political participation. While public servants in different sectors face selective and discriminatory retirement ages, politicians continue to enjoy high wages and allowances with no such limitations. A lawyer and public interest advocate, Madaki Amel, now wants the National Industrial Court to determine a fair national minimum wage and also a maximum salary beyond which no civil or public servants can be paid. Chimezie Izedima reports.
When we talk about public service, we imagine leaders dedicated to the welfare of the people. But what happens when those elected to serve earn salaries that dwarf the income of the average citizen? In Nigeria, the president, as the highest public servant, earns millions, while the lowest paid worker struggles to get by on a fraction of that. This raises a pressing question. Are Nigerian politicians overcompensated for their work? Or is their high pay justified by the demands of their office?
The highest paid Nigerian is the president, because he's the biggest man, in the public service. So if the national minimum wage is 70,000, let's even say that the president's salary is 2 million a month. You get the point? So it's an unjust disparity.
Very.
But then it has to be a drop dead, threshold. Why the president doesn't really have a salary, because all his expenses are taken care of for him. For instance, in the budget of 2024, I think his feeding allowance was 9 billion naira.
The contradiction deepens when we consider the economic realities of the country. While political office holders enjoy unlimited earnings, the government struggles to implement an agreed minimum wage of 70,000 naira for its lowest paid workers. This stark contrast between the earnings of politicians and the plight of the ordinary citizens highlights a system designed to serve the elite at the expense of the masses. If true democracy guarantees the right to vote and be voted for, then setting financial barriers to political participation contradicts this principle. The issue, therefore, is not about high political salaries, but about a system that prioritizes wealth over competence in governance.
In the same APC, the governorship ticket was set at 50 million in that last election. In my poor state of Benue, 11 people bought the governorship ticket for 50 million. That's 550 million Nigerian naira. Over $500 million just to express interest and buy a 2-page or 4-page form to contest for one useless election. Then not to talk of the countless people who ran for Senate at 30 million. So that means that teacher in my village who is so popular and will win any election given a fair chance cannot afford the ticket. So INEC must set a uniform standard contest cost, so that anybody who earns that minimum wage of 70,000 should be able to afford the ticket to run for president.
Beyond wages, another critical issue is the selective application of retirement policies. Public servants in various sectors have their retirement ages dictated by the president's discretion. Some seeing extensions while others are left out. What informed these decisions? Is it based on merit, political interest, or something else?
Almost the very week that Tinubu took over this government, he increased the salaries of judges by 300%. What does that tell you? What it says, without saying it, is that the judges are not the only people who are poorly paid. We just talk about the professors. The professor in the university, in the public university, earns about 400,000 a month. And everybody will say, okay, the condition of service of the judges, has finally improved. But the deeper meaning is that a judge who is so grateful that he just got a 300% pay rise, will find it difficult to rule in a case against that same government that gave him that kind of jumbo pay rise.
Interestingly, while civil servants must retire at a set age, politicians face no such restrictions. A president can contest for office regardless of age, yet workers in key sectors are forced into retirement. Could this be a strategy to keep power within a select group while limiting opportunities for others?
There's a bigger danger in the exercise of the president's discretion in these matters. All the countries in the world that I know have a national retirement age, which applies uniformly across board. But if you want to keep somebody longer because of the skills the person has, or the fact that there's a shortage of manpower in that particular sector, then you retain the person on contract. And then you pay the person more. But incidentally, The politicians who are setting these retirement ages for other people have no retirement age. A politician can contest election until he drops dead.
As these concerns grow, many argue and fight for a fairer, standardized approach, one that ensures both economic justice and equitable opportunities in public service. In Abuja, Chimeze Izadima for Signature TV.
The Lagos State government says it will inaugurate 3 newly rehabilitated roads in Kosafe local government area to boost connectivity and improve the lives of residents. Sanwo-Olu made this known in a statement by the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Benga Omotosho, on Wednesday in Lagos. He said the roads include Demiwen Roads, Agidi Roads, and Church Street in the Aboyi Ketu local government development area. According to him, the roads are expected to serve as alternative links to the third axial road with Ikorodu Road. The governor explained that the road served as an important bypass to Ikorodu Road from the third axial road at Alapere housing estate. Sanwo-Olu noted that his administration's commitment to infrastructural development was aimed at enhancing the welfare and productivity of residents. He further said that the rehabilitation of the roads was a testament to his commitment to making a significant difference in the lives of residents. Christians have been admonished to see themselves as ambassadors of Jesus Christ in their daily lives as a way of making positive impacts on the society. A Roman Catholic priest, Reverend Father John Mary Ibe, gave the advice while preaching the sermon at a church service to mark the Ash Wednesday held at Joseph Catholic Church, Thinkers Corner, ENUGU, to mark the commencement of this year's period of Lent. Our correspondent Raymond Kent Mbata attended the church service and reports.
Ash Wednesday is a significant holy day in many Christian denominations, including the Catholics, Anglicans, Lutherans, and several other denominations. It marks the first day of Lent, which is a 6-week period of penitence and reflection leading up to Easter. On Ash Wednesday, many Christians attend special church services where they receive ashes on their foreheads, symbolizing repentance and mortality. The ashes are typically made from the palm branches of the previous year's Palm Sunday celebrations, which symbolize the fact that man is dust and that unto dust he shall return. At St. Joseph Catholic Church, Thinkers Corner, ENUGU, the resident priest, Reverend Father John Mary Ibe, reminded parishioners that the purpose of their creation is to serve God. This, he said, explains why there is a feeling of guilt when one goes astray. Father Ibe enjoined Christians to use this period of Lent to engage in deep introspection and reconcile with God as a sure guarantee for their salvation. He spoke to Signature TV on the significance of Ash Wednesday and other activities leading to Easter. A major highlight of the service was the application of ash on the foreheads of parishioners by the resident priest and sharing of Holy Communion to communicants.
Ash Wednesday reminds us that we are human beings, that we are mortals. It reminds us of our mortality, first of all. It also reminds us of the mourning we should have because we have sinned against God. That we mourn because we have sinned against God. That is what we see the people of Nineveh do. The Ninevites, when God told Jonah to go to them and preach to them, he preached to them. And they repented. And they wore sackcloths and daubed themselves with ashes. And it is a symbol of repentance, a symbol of humility, a symbol of, oh God, I have sinned and I repent, have mercy on me. And then, thus also ash is also a symbol of penance. Yes, just as I mentioned, the symbol of penance, to tell God, oh, this is me. Without you, I am nothing. So this does remind me that all I have is yours, and I tend to live as you want me to live. In other words, I'm asking you, have mercy on me, and then make me yours.
Parishioners also spoke on what was expected of Christians during the Lenten season.
In this Lenten season, every Christian should focus on, God, because whatever you do now, in future, God will bless you with it. Think about the way Jesus suffered for us, died for us, and resurrected.
The expectation of every Christian during this Ash Wednesday is that we shall live life of charity, prayer, and abstinence. We shall deal with our love is the overall thing in Christian life. So whatever we are doing without love is nothing. We must have love of God and love of our humanity. Every Christian should love one another, no matter how small. Show charity to one another, and this is what gives God gladness.
Apart from marking the commencement of the 40-day period of fasting, it also ushers in a period for deep reflection on past deeds, abstinence from sinful behavior, seeking forgiveness of sins, and renewal of commitment to the faith. This year's Lent is coming few days after the commencement of Ramadan fast for Muslims. I am Raymond Ken Mbata, reporting for Signature TV.
President of Nigeria's in Diaspora Chamber of Commerce, Patience Key, has urged Nigerians to move beyond lamenting actions of inactions or of past leaders and take strategic steps to build a better Nigeria. Key, the People's Redemption Party candidate in the 2024 Edo governorship elections, stated this in a statement issued on Wednesday in Abuja. She was reacting to the autobiography of a former military head of state, retired General Ibrahim Babangida, A Journey in Service, recently launched in Abuja. She said that the confirmation of the victory of the late Chief MKO Abiola's in the June 12, 1993 presidential election, as contained in the book, was not saying anything new to Nigerians. He stated that the revelation did not erase the consequences of that annulment, including the political instability, the economic stagnation, and national disillusionment it birthed. While stating that the time for outrage was over, she urged Nigerians to channel their emotions into building a future where no one would be able to annul their collective destiny. He also stressed the need for harnessing Nigeria's diaspora resources to enhance political and systemic change in the country. She called for an end to ethnic and religious manipulations in the country, saying that the path forward was not just in criticism but in coalition, building across the tribal and religious lines. Governor Obasani of Kaduna State's political policies and programs have led to the spike in the enrollment in schools, according to the Commissioner for Education, Professor Sani Bello. Bello also said the policies and programs had expanded access to education and provided conducive learning atmosphere, hence ramped up positive outcomes. The Commissioner stated this at the quarterly ministerial news briefing on the Wednesday in Kaduna. Bello said that the policies were in line with the governor's campaign promises. The Commissioner pointed out that the current administration had constructed more schools and additional classrooms. It had also improved the quality of both learners and teachers since assumption of office. Bello said 62 new secondary schools had been built under the Agile project, while assuring the construction of 50 new ones before the second anniversary of the administration. He further stated that the 6 science secondary schools funded by the Islamic Development Bank are now up and running. Bello stated that the policies of the present administration had manifested in good learning outcomes, as could be attested to by the results of national examinations conducted by WAEC, NECO, and NAPTEP. Still to come, U.S. mayors defend sanctuary city laws protecting migrants in congressional hearing. Clashes erupt at protesters outside Greek parliament over 2023 train crash. These and more after this.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories news objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The White House says on Wednesday it is reconsidering its pause on funding for Ukraine, and talks between the United States and Ukraine over mineral deals are ongoing.
I believe what the National Security Council told me in regards to that was that they paused or they are reconsidering the funding for Ukraine, as you saw, the pause on the funding. As for intelligence matters, I would refer you to either the National Security Council or the CIA.
U.S. President Donald Trump paused delivery of military aid to Ukraine late on one day more following a clash with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last week. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and U.S. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard arrived in Texas on Wednesday to tour a portion of the U.S.-Mexico border. The three arrived at La Guilin Air Force Base and are first expected to take an aerial tour of the border around the area of Eagle Pass, located on the eastern side of the border. Vance and Hegseth are reportedly the highest-ranking officials to visit the border since the inauguration of U.S. President Donald Trump. According to media reports, their visits comes as Trump is touting a drop in border crossings since he took office in January. Mayors of 4 of the largest cities in the U.S. appeared before lawmakers in the U.S. House of Representatives on Wednesday to defend their so-called sanctuary city laws, which restricts local officials in helping enforce federal immigration regulations. In his opening remarks, Committee Chairman James Comer, a Republican from Kentucky, told the mayors of Boston, Chicago, Denver, and New York City, all Democrats are that Congress should vote against sending even as a single penny of federal funding to sanctuary cities. Some mayors have defended the laws as making all their residents safer. State and municipal officials have said the U.S. Constitution's 10th Amendment prevents the U.S. government from commandeering local officials to enforce federal law. New York Mayor Eric Adams, who is trying to get Trump to dismiss a federal criminal indictment charging him with corruption, has said he wants the city laws weakened to allow cooperation with the federal government's deportation efforts where a migrant has been only accused but not convicted of a serious crime. In his remarks to the House, Adams said New York City always complies with local, state, and federal law. He said he had no tolerance for criminals, but also had they must create an atmosphere that allows every law-abiding resident, documented or not, to access vital services without fear of being turned over to federal authorities. The committee's ranking member, Representative Gary Connolly, asked Adams about accusations that he was pressured into cooperating with the Trump administration's policies on immigration in exchange for having its corruption charges dropped.
President Trump has an electoral mandate from the American people to deliver on his promises to secure the border and enforce the immigration laws of the United States. And he is delivering on this promise big time. The mayors here today each lead so-called sanctuary cities. And let's be clear, these policies only create sanctuary for criminals. Sanctuary policies violate federal immigration law by protecting criminal aliens at the expense of the American people. Sanctuary cities and states refuse to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement efforts and harbor illegal aliens. These reckless sanctuary policies also force federal immigration officers to go into local communities to apprehend criminal illegal aliens. If sanctuary cities were to simply communicate and work with federal immigration authorities, then federal agents could arrest criminal illegal aliens in a secure environment like a state or local jail.
Russian President Vladimir Putin on Wednesday met in Moscow with Badra Gumba, who won the presidential elections in breakaway Georgian region of Abkhazia, Acting President Gumba took almost 55% of the vote in Saturday's elections in the Russian-backed territory ahead of opposition leader Angor Azimba on just under 42%. Gumba Azazia, vice president since 2020, took over as acting leader in November after his ally Aslan Bazania resigns days after protesters seized government buildings and forced him to scrap an unpopular investment deal with Russia. A lush Black Sea coastal territory of about 240,000 people, Abkhazia broke away from Georgia after a war in the early 1990s. With the support of Russia, Moscow recognized Abkhazia as independent after another war in 2008. Most countries recognize Abkhazia as part of Georgia, which called the election another flagrant violation of Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Though the territory is politically and economically dependent on Russia, some Abkhazians have been critical of what they see as Moscow's growing influence. Israel's new military chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, and outgoing Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi participated in the change of command ceremony on Wednesday at the Carrier, Israel's military headquarters in Tel Aviv. Zamir was appointed after the resignation of Halevi due to the military's failure to prevent Hamas' deadly rampage on October 7, 2023. Zamir was promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General and became Israel's 24th military chief. The change of command comes as a standoff over the fragile ceasefire in Gaza increased the risk of the resumption of fighting without an agreement to bring home the remaining hostages still held by Hamas. Halevi led the military during the Israeli campaign in Gaza, which resulted in more than 48,000 Palestinian casualties and significant destructions in the enclave. However, he announced in January, soon after the Gaza ceasefire deal was agreed, that he could step down from the command. He accepted responsibility for the military's patchy and uncoordinated response to the October 7 attack. During the change of command day, both Zamir and Halevi visited the Western Wall in Jerusalem and paid their respects at Mount Herzl's memorial for fallen soldiers. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Wednesday there had been positive movements in cooperation with the United States that could lead to another meeting between the two sides soon. Kyiv is eager to repair ties with the top military supporter against Russia's invasion after Zelensky publicly clashed with U.S. President Donald Trump in the White House last week over how to end the war in Ukraine. Yermak said on X that he had exchanged views on security issues and the alignment of positions with walls, and that they had scheduled a meeting of Ukrainian and U.S. officials in the near future to continue this important work. Both statements came just hours after CIA Director John Ratcliffe said the U.S. had paused intelligence sharing with Ukraine. Mozambican police fired on supporters of opposition leader Venancio Mondlane marching in the capital Maputo on Wednesday, injuring at least 10 people. Mondlane's team had a human rights researcher says. Footage captured from a sound truck at the rally showed the moment marchers scattered and took over amidst the sound of gunfire. A police spokesperson confirmed that law enforcement had dispersed marchers but declined to elaborate. The date was verified by corroborating official reports that multiple eyewitness footage of the area. Hundreds of protesters marched through Slovenia's capital, Ljubljana, and briefly blocked traffic on Wednesday to protest the local mayor's show of support for Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić. Protester Ratko Stojićković said the protesters were upset. Ljubljana Mayor Zoran Đaković had sent Vučić to a letter offering him support, even as Serbia saw nationwide anti-government protests. Luka Miletic, a protester from the northern Serbian city of Novi Sad, said Serbia was being ruined by corruption. Protesters have blamed the collapse on corruption they linked to President Aleksandar Vučić's decade in power. Vučić's government has denied allegations of corruption and said it will launch a campaign to tackle the issue. Clashes broke out in Athens on Wednesday between Greek police and demonstrators protesting over a 2023 train crash that killed 57 people in the country's worst rail disaster. The violence erupted after thousands of people peacefully rallied outside Parliament, where lawmakers debated a censure motion submitted by opposition parties against the centre-right government. Lawmakers from the main opposition, the centre-left PASOK party, and from leftist parties submitted a censure motion against Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis' government during a parliamentary debate on the disaster early on Wednesday. They said the government had lost its popular mandate, seeing some of the biggest protests in Greece for years, accusing it of shirking responsibility over the crash and failing to fix critical safety gaps and covering up evidence. Earlier, demonstrators released lanterns into the air and held a moment of silence to honor the victims. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban arrived for a meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron in Paris on Wednesday. Orban said on Tuesday that he would talk to the French leader about the Ukraine crisis ahead of an extraordinary summit of European Union leaders scheduled for Thursday. Macron and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer have held several calls separately with Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky since the presidents of the US and Ukraine held a fractious meeting last Friday in the Oval Office that led to the suspension of the U.S. military aid to Kyiv. Trump on Monday froze critical U.S. military aid for Ukraine against Russia's 3-year-old invasion following an explosive public confrontation in the Oval Office last week over a peace plan with Zelensky, who infuriated Trump by insisting the U.S. should provide security guarantees as part of any ceasefire. A handful of Europe's far-right figures, including Hungary's Viktor Orban, have backed Trump emphatically. The governor of the northern Mexican state of Nuevo León said during a press conference on Wednesday that the state had registered 239 fires on Tuesday. The region's leader, Samuel Garcia, said the fires had happened mostly in vacant areas and caused damages to electricity towers. Garcia stated that the reason behind the fires was a cold front that entered the city during a dry period, causing a favorable environment for the fires to develop. National media has reported fires across the Monterrey metropolitan area, including the municipalities of Monterrey, Garcia, General Escobedo, Pocada, Santa Catarina, and Guadalupe. So far, no fatalities have been reported, but air quality has been severely affected. Spanish Coast Guards rescued a group of 58 migrants 14 miles of the Canary Islands on Wednesday and towed their boats to the port of Anguiguin in Gran Canaria. Among the migrants persons was one woman who was taken to hospital, the Red Cross said. The 7 Spanish islands of northwestern Africa's Atlantic coast are struggling to absorb a surge in irregular migrants, mainly from Mali, Senegal, and Morocco. The Spanish archipelago hit an all-time annual high for a second year in a row with 46,843 arrivals in 2024, constituting 73% of the irregular migration to Spain, according to data from the Interior Ministry. At least 9,141 migrants have made it to the Spain in 2025, including 7,138 to Canary Islands, the latest Interior Ministry data shows. Venezuela's President or Vice President Delcy Rodriguez on Wednesday accused the opposition of prompting the U.S. government's order to wind down Chevron's oil exports in the Andean nation.
You saw what happened yesterday. There was a definitive sanction against the U.S. oil company Chevron. Who asked for that? Venezuelan extremists that have been defeated and failed. A decaying opposition without a nation. Opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, made a video congratulating and celebrating this action from the United States. U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio thinks he is damaging Venezuela, and Marco Rubio is enemy of the United States. Just imagine, a Secretary of State that is enemy of his own country, that wants to damage the United States. That's the impact this measure will have. They think it will damage Venezuela, and they don't know we are an invincible, indestructible people, destined for happiness and development. No one has ever seen a more anti-national, surrendered and dragged than that of this woman, perverse, insane. She is crazier every day. She lives hiding in a den, because she's a coward.
The Trump administration on Tuesday said it was ending a license that the U.S. had granted to oil producer Chevron CVX since 2022 to operate in Venezuela and export its oil after Washington accused President Nicolas Maduro of not making progress on electoral reforms and migrant returns. Chevron will have through April 3rd to wind down exports and other operations in Venezuela, according to an update of the license published by the U.S. Treasury Department. The update supersedes the previous license granted to Chevron in November 2022, which allowed its operations to expand and Venezuela exports to the U.S. to resume. The magnitude of the scale down was not immediately clear. A Chevron spokesperson said the company was aware of Trump's directive and would abide by any direction given by Treasury to implement it. Argentine Catholics in Buenos Aires prayed the Pope Francis held as they observed Ash Wednesday. The Pope was admitted to Rome's Gemelli Hospital on February 14th after experiencing difficulty breathing for several days and being diagnosed with double pneumonia. Ash Wednesday marks the beginning of the 40-day Lent season that Catholics observe in commemoration of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, when they are called upon to fast, pray, and reflect. Argentines have long waited for Pope Francis to visit the homeland and he left in 2013 to become the head of the Roman Catholic Church. With his health delicate, the return seems increasingly unlikely now to happen. Thousands of people poured onto the streets of Banu in northwestern Pakistan on Wednesday for the funerals of 18 people, including 6 children killed in a suicide attack on a security installation. Suicide bombers drove into vehicles packed with explosives into the town's military base in an attack staged by more than a dozen militants on Tuesday. The military said in a statement that the multiple suicide blasts caused a partial collapse of the compound's outer wall, damaging nearby infrastructure. A nearby mosque and residential building were also severely damaged, 8 added. At least 13 civilians and 5 soldiers were killed in an attack, the military said. Mohammed Nauman, a spokesperson for a nearby hospital, and said 6 children were among those killed and 36 others were wounded. The military said 4 suicide bombers were among 16 militants also killed in the attack. World number 3, Coco Gauff, is downplaying her recent run of form heading into Indian Wells. The American star suffered second-round exits at the Dubai Tennis Championships and the Qatar Open last month following her quarterfinal defeat at the Australian Open. Gauff reached the last 4 at Indian Wells last year and enters the WTA 1000 event as one of 4 Americans in the top 10, along with Jessica Pegula, Madison Keys, and Ima Navarro. Before heading to the Southern California desert, the 20-year-old appeared at the Oscars in Los Angeles, rubbing shoulders with some of Hollywood's elites.
I don't know. Everybody makes a bigger deal what it is. I lost 2 matches. I'll lose more matches back to back. It's gonna happen. Everyone's like, "Oh, she's sinking." Like, okay, we've been through this. I'll pick it back up. Yeah. So to me, it's I guess it feels like a month, but it's just 2 tournaments, and at this calendar, I have so many other opportunities, and I can't win every match. And yeah, it is a tough part of the swing for me. Just I think mainly because the conditions I don't think are in my favor. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, I was upset that I lost, but I mean, it's a loss. Like, it's gonna happen again. I'm gonna lose back to back again, and hopefully, it doesn't happen too many times in my career. But yeah, it's just one of those things that you just move on, get better, and the results will come. And it's just normal. I think just a push. We're all pushing each other to do better, and Americans, especially on both men, especially on the women, but now the men have strong depth, and I think that it just inspires us to do more. You see one win a tournament, and
Chinese Super League sides Shanghai Shenhua earned a slender 1-0 advantage over Kawasaki Frontale in their Asian Champions League round of 16 first leg match on Wednesday. The game's only goal came when Kawasaki defender Kotak Takai redirected Wilson Manafa's shot past goalkeeper Louis Yamaguchi and into his own net with 14 minutes remaining. The return leg will be played in Kawasaki, with the last 8 drawn to be held in Kuala Lumpur on March 17th. The remaining matches in the knockout rounds will be played on a centralized basis in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, with the quarterfinals to take place on April 25th and 26th. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. See you later.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
the market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken this vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome, everybody. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. Hope you're good. Hope you're great wherever you are watching us from. Today is the 6th of March, 2025. So only yesterday, the senator representing Kogi Central, Senator Natasha Akpoti, finally, dropped the petition against Senate President. I mean, while I was watching that yesterday, I thought to myself, there's something just not right about this, because I mean, you are the one petitioning, and you're petitioning the President of the Senate in a chamber that he presides over. It doesn't add up. Something has to happen. It's either Senate President steps down so that there will be some sort of amicable resolution to it, or maybe there will be some sort of investigations as to what really happened, because the Senate President cannot remain the Senate President, because those heads of committees, if at all it pulls through to the committee level, are actually under him. They take instruction from him. So if he remains as the Senate President, I really don't see how that will go beyond just mere talk, But however it is, fingers crossed, it hasn't gone to court just yet, but the woman is pressing hard and pressing strong that she has evidence stating that President actually harassed her sexually. But then again, there's other reports that says that she has been in this so-called character of accusing men wrongly. There are 5 persons who have actually come out, 5 men who have come out to say that she is in that character of accusing people wrongly. One of them is Reno Mokri. The other one is, of course, the Kogi State's former governor, Yaya Bello. The other one is also Kogi State's senator, that's the former Kogi State senator, Dino Milaye. And unnamed minister also. These are people who have come out clearly to say that this woman has harassed them sexually. And so bringing this forth now would mean maybe it's another lie that she's telling, or maybe another, facade or a smoke screen for something else. Anyways, we'll talk about that a little more later. This is the morning show. We're going straight to the headlines on our dailies. So stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We kickstart on the Punch newspaper this morning, and just on the Punch, Tinubu lays foundation for First Bank's new eco-friendly headquarters. You can find the details on the Punch. Assembly lists 4 breaches by Fubara, threatens RISEX chair's arrest. With the rider, government insists on Supreme Court judgment, CTC. All right. Sexual harassment, Senate dismisses Natasha petitions, Kogi Senator Sean's panel. Over now to the Nation newspaper. Tinubu Sanwo-Olu Lord First Bank on new headquarters takeoff. You can also find that on the Nation. On the Daily Times newspaper, sexual harassment allegations, courts stops Senate probe as police disperse pro-Natasha protesters. So on the Daily Times newspaper, we're building viable, globally competitive economy, says Tinubu. Still there, we say federal government approves 10.3 billion naira for health sector, expands local manufacturing support. Obasanjo at 88, Tinubu Atiku extol his virtues, says he is an enigma. Federal government to tackle illegal private airplane operators, says Keyamo. All right, federal government to tackle illegal private airplane operators, says Keyamo. All right, now over to the Vanguard newspaper. On the Vanguard this morning, oil price drops 20% to $67 per barrel. Well, whether that would reflect on Nigeria is what we are yet to see. Lends pray for wise leaders, can urges Nigerians. Pray for wise leaders, can urges Nigerians. Tariff increase will push available generation to 7,000 megawatts. Tariff increase will push available generation to 7,000 megawatts. Lagos Assembly crisis, acting clerk hospitalized after DSS visits. Still on the Vanguard newspaper, Rivers crisis, Amewole's Assembly, Fubara's commissioners flex muscles. Amewole's Assembly, Fubara's commissioners flex muscles. 88th birthday, in my lifetime, Nigerian will be great, says Obasanjo. 88th birthday, in my lifetime, Nigeria will be great. NAFDAC mops up 50 trailer loads of counterfeit drugs. NAFDAC mops up 50 trailer loads of counterfeit drugs. Senate urges federal government to intervene in deadly attacks on Edo villages. Sexual harassment, Akpabio, Apoti, Oduagan defend positions. Nigerians blast shells 39-man lists for Rwanda and Zimbabwe. Find out the details of why they're blasting it. It's going to be quite interesting because nothing would be anything around forgiving the coach if Nigeria doesn't qualify for the World Cup, and we must win all our games that is scheduled for the Super Eagles. All right. Let's go over now to the Tribune newspaper. On the Nigerian Tribune, has this, of course, screaming headlines, groundbreaking of new headquarters, Tinubu Lord's First Bank management's foresight and achievement. And now over to the Daily Trust newspaper. On the Daily Trust, Funtua battles T.Y. Danjuma, others over 9 mobile. Funtua battles T.Y. Danjuma, others over 9 mobile. Security beefed up at hotel where ex-CG Paradang was found dead. Hippo attacks, Gombe farmers keep vigil on farms. Alleged sexual harassment, Senate dismisses Natasha's petition against Akpabio. After Supreme Court judgment, Rivers to hold fresh local government polls August 9th. Dismissed immigration officer nabbed over attempts to sell arms to bandits. Woman accused of killing co-wife in Bauchi. Subscription hike, commission sues multi-choice. All the details on the Daily Trust newspaper. And now we're back to the studio for some interesting discourse, and we have our review live in the studio today. Good to have you. Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. I greet you well.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good to go. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm great. How was your night?
Well, another day has come.
Was it hot, cold, fair?
Very hot indeed, though. Very hot, really. But even with the fan, the thing appears to be overwhelming.
Even with...
I don't use AC like you now, so you know the fan cannot be as effective as the AC in cooling this hot weather.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But I mean, these days, even the AC doesn't even do justice.
I have not tested AC.
Thank you so much for joining in.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much happening, the potpourri of things happening, and the National Assembly, and also the State House of Assembly talking about Rivers. Let's begin from the Rivers State House of Assembly and the back and forth that they're having with the governor. Can you give us a reading of what you think might happen? Because even only yesterday, we have the Niger Delta militant talking about Asari Dokubo came out, blastering and saying that he's threatening the president of Nigeria and Wike, and even the 27 lawmakers, that that he's daring them to, impeach Fubara, that there will be no peace in the Niger Delta if that ever happens. What's your take on this development?
I think it's quite unfortunate. Quite unfortunate because I saw it happening. Because in this country, I am sorry to say that the judiciary has failed Nigeria. I'm sorry to say that. I may be wrong. But when the judiciary that is supposed to be the last hope of the common man is mortgaged, everything collapses. That judgment of last Friday was painful to me personally. I didn't see it coming. Clear constitutional provisions that when you defect to under party you lose your seat was the Supreme Court blinded its eyes to that provision of the Constitution, and several things that followed. And now you are saying that you will stop allocation to a state government. For what reason? So that is where all these things are coming from.
No, but the part of the part you just mentioned is not part of the judgment given by the Supreme Court about the defection of lawmakers and to losing their seats if they defect. The only part is just two things that were the local government elections that were held. They cancelled it, and then the fact that the governor was going about, with a document purportedly by, that was not cross-checked by the State House of Assembly. So it's not
which document?
I'm talking about the budget. He said, I mean, whatever that has happened in the past is null and void, but they should present the budget
to who?
To the current assembly.
Which is the current assembly? That comes back to what I'm saying. Which is the current assembly? Why are they in a hurry to display that judgment when you have not dealt with the issue of the issue of what do you call it?
The 27 lawmakers. It's still at the High Court level.
What, okay, why are you you said the budget was presented to an improperly constituted house, isn't it?
Yes.
Who was it who should be presented to? The 27 members who have defected. I mean, everything borders on that defection. Why are you telling them they have not ruled on it?
They haven't ruled on it.
Why are they telling him to present budget to them? Why won't they rule on that before telling him to present budget to?
It's not part of the suit presented to the Supreme Court.
They're not aware of that.
But they are aware how the court works. It is what is within the jurisdiction of what has been presented to them that they act upon. They can't be thinking, oh, a certain court is in knowledge of a certain suit, so they are trying to wait for that one to get to them. So they actually gave judgment based on what was given to them.
Charles, this judiciary, in fact, everything we do, it is part of administration. You don't just slam a judgment without knowing the consequences. I don't know aware of that. I don't not aware of the subsisting case that you talked about. I don't know aware of it.
But that's not how the court
that
works.
Is not
they're being aware of it as an individual. It's not the same as presenting it to the court. Even if you are aware, but it hasn't gotten to you. It wasn't part of the suit.
Charles, let us. I stand by my case. I stand by what I have said. That what is happening in this country, and that is the end point is that they are trying to just like the end point is. I saw a letter this morning that was been written by released by the Rivers State Judiciary that the Chief Judge has gone on vacation for 1 year. And I saw a refutal of that statement. So the end point is they are looking at impeachment of the governor. What are all this is going to boil down to? It's going to boil down to a crisis in the state. People are now, drawing daggers here and there, promising to do this and do that and all that. This thing is an issue that should have been politically settled in the state. And at this point, I think that the president of Nigeria should also step in, because while we are looking for who will capture River State, but if the state begins to boil, if there's anarchy in the state, I don't know what we are going to capture or what we are going to control. So it's really going nauseating at this time, honestly.
You don't think that the president is aware of what's going on and even give his express knowledge, express approval of what's going on?
I don't know why a president or a governor or a minister should see crisis coming and allow it and continue to stoke the fire. I don't think I don't see why it should happen. So the bottom line is that let this thing. We know how Yar'Adua tackled the militancy and in the Niger Delta in those when he was in power before he left, and we know the effort it took him to quench that fire in the Niger Delta. Now somebody else is there because of pecuniary political interests, allowing all these things to begin to happen. When it gets to where it will get to, all of us, I don't know how it will end up. I hope it does end up the way they envisage it will end up. Yeah. All for political power, not in political power. Political power for what purpose?
Azari Dokubo also threatens Wike that if this ever happens, that the impeachment of the governor ever happens, that Wike will find it difficult to even come to the state. The 27 lawmakers, he also threatened them. They will find it difficult to even have a place to stay in River State. So there's a whole lot of threats going on and protests going back and forth. Like you mentioned, the president stepping into it. Again, we're talking about 2027 elections, and we know what the politics is. Anybody who's able to grab River State, it's one of the swing states, if you want to put it that way. So it boils down to that. The president is also looking for his interests, and if his interests is aligning with his minister, I mean, why not go ahead and approve whatever it is to do in order to capture the state, so-called?
That's why I'm disappointed. I said, please, you have citizens to rule. You are president of Nigerians, Nigerians, citizens of Nigeria. If something happens in River State and people lose their lives, the number of people you are going to govern or rule over reduces in number. If they destroy property or destroy installations or whatever in the state, it is Nigerian national assets that are being destroyed. So we must not allow this to happen. Wike is not strange to violence. He's not strange to what Atari Dokubo is threatening. They know themselves. I know they will be, But then let this not get to that. I'm saying that the elders of this country, the president of this country, they should get together now and begin to handle the situation before it gets out of hand. I am concerned, really. I'm concerned. So let us not invite these militants to come back and take over, return to the trenches, and think we are looking for 2027. Who will take over 2027? For now, we have 2025, 2026 before 2027. Let there be peace until 2027 comes. There are still dynamics that will play out, even if there is peace in River State. There are many things you can do ahead of 2027 elections to win the state. It must not be through crisis. It must not be through fighting and war. It's really unfortunate.
Do you see the lawmakers going ahead to impeach him, given that what has happened with the Supreme Court reinstating 27 of them?
That is the game plan. That is where they're headed for. There's no doubt about it. It's not in doubt. You want them to bring, we should return all the commissioners that have been working for screening again. Of course, they're not going to pass the screening. You want the budget to come back to you. They will not pass the budget if you bring this. And these are things. And you know what? These are adults. These are parents. These are fathers of people. Why can't for once think, how do I make this state progress? Why is it that battle of who wins and who loses? It doesn't make sense. Okay, you've won. Why don't you now calm down? Okay, we can. What is it? Fabara, come. Let us now move forward and govern the state peacefully. You have won this. You have won the battle. Good. During that, at the end of it, we were told there is no victor, no vanquish. Let it be no victor, no vanquish, and the state makes progress. You want what if Fabara moves out of office? What does it add to them?
Well, I mean, it's all about politics of 2027.
I'm not a politician. I don't like politics, and anything that is, it is not based on public interest. It is not based on the good of the people. It's not based on making Nigeria better. It is not. Politics. To whose benefit?
All right, we'll keep an eye on that, and then also delve into even much more bigger things when anything develops for you. Now to the National Assembly. The lady, Aboti Oduaga, Natasha, has officially presented the so-called petition to the Senate House, presided over by Senate President. And just in almost that same breath, the committee rejected her petition, saying that it's invalid. What do you make of that?
Why do you say so-called? It's a petition, not so-called. It's petition, not so-called petition.
Oh, well, a petition. It's so-called. It has to be so-called because, I mean, it's been up in the space. There's no document, stating that. She went on TV saying that this person harassed. So that's why I say so-called.
It's still a petition. I disagree with this. I disagree with that question mark there. So what's the question now?
I'm just asking, what do you make of the petition? Do you think the petition is invalid with the way and manner that it was presented? Because they also have their points that whoever is presenting the petition should not emanate from you and then signed by you as the senator. And that's the reason why, on that ground, they're disqualifying that particular petition.
I feel hot. I've commented that I'm hot. I'm being molested. I'm being harassed. And I've written a petition. Then why is he a member of the Senate if he doesn't present her own petition?
That's what, according to the rule book. They didn't change the rule book just yesterday.
Oh, that rule book. So he should send it to another person to.
Apparently, that's what it is. You have to emanate from you and then signed by somebody else. Or I mean, there's a rule. There are rules and regulations when you go through this thing. So she knows the rule. So why didn't she go through the rules and in order to submit her petition?
So many rules. So many rules have been jettisoned in this country. If we follow rules in Nigeria, Ababe will not be in the Senate. Lawan will not be in the Senate. You know why? The electoral law says that you cannot be contesting contesting the positions in the same election, and you lose one and you go to the other one. Ababe was a presidential candidate of the APC, was he not? He was also seeking presidential nomination. It is clearly stated in the electoral law. He is now in the Senate. Having lost this, he went and grabbed the senatorial seat. The same thing with Lawan. So these are things that are clearly stated in the Constitution. So when you want to obey laws, obey all laws. Don't be selective in obedience to laws. So I'm saying that, of course, the woman already is seeing a kind of gang up against her. So it is possible somebody might even give somebody the position to present and it will not see the at least the president accepted the petition. I saw he handed it over and he accepted it. Why did he accept it if it is wrong for him for her to present it? He accepted it. So why not look into it? Haven't accepted it. Why not look into it? He should have rejected the petition and told her that he shouldn't present it.
No, in that particular case, I think the president responded to that if he had rejected it, it would look like he doesn't want to take it. I mean, of course, it's a matter that he's involved in.
So why
he accepted
why
it? But
take it
his colleagues were the ones that called him to react to it. That look, this is not how we work here. This is the rules and regulations.
So he acted wrongly.
The Senate president can be wrong. He can be wrong. He can be corrected. He can be so, no, this is not how we do. This is how we do it. And it's quite, I don't know how to say, but how can the Senate president preside over his own mother?
That we are
Like,
telling you here.
No, I'm looking at both sides. I'm looking at both sides.
Yes.
How do you present? You have a petition against somebody.
Yeah.
And then the person is presiding over it, because even if it is sent to the committees, those heads of committees take instruction from him. So how would that even have passed through?
You just made another valid point. You are not a judge in your own case. It's universally accepted that you cannot judge your own case. The person will have for him to recuse himself from that sitting, or any day that issue comes up. He had this deputy Senate president who would have presided. So for him to be there alone has put a question mark to the whole, to the whole scenario. So I thank you for coming up with that point, Seth.
No, I'm also going to say that she has also had several antecedents of accusing people wrongly for sexual harassment. There are 5 persons recorded to have received this accusation. At the end of the day, after all the whole investigation, it was found out to be false. 1.
Were the other ones investigated?
Yes.
So let's investigate the other one.
No,
now.
but what I'm saying is that if you have somebody who has had an antecedent, I mean, you start thinking, this one, are you sure it's not the same thing? Why we have to go down this particular lane
and dismiss it, right?
Not necessarily dismissing it. I'm just saying that if you have had these kinds of things happen to you in the past, and you have always come out, the only thing, because you can't have your way about somebody or something, the next thing you are looking at is they have harassed you. Because if you look at how the story came, from changing your seats, which is within the rules and regulation of the house, to, okay, I'm now going to speak about it, it doesn't add up. If this petition had come up before this back and forth with the Senate President, then you would have said, okay, maybe this thing is valid. But it was at the point where they asked you to change your seat, you said that they are stifling your voice, and then you say they are harassing you. It doesn't add up.
I hope you're not passing judgment on
I'm not, but I'm just saying it the way I'm saying it.
That's how you feel about it. Let this matter. Thank God, she has gone to court.
She said she didn't even go to court. That what's in the court is the comments made by his aide on her dressing, that she comes to make content and she wears transparent clothes to come to work. That's what's in court, that she hasn't presented the sexual harassment thing to any court of law.
That is why that one should also be heard. If it hasn't Abuja have taken the matter to court, what did she take to court?
What she took to court was her going on TV to accuse her husband. The Oduangan is saying that she went to court because of one issue, which is his aide making comments about her creating content.
Just. That matter is in court. Whether it was taken by Abiyo's wife or Oduangan, the issue of sexual harassment is in court. Is it not in court? So let's allow the judiciary to make a pronouncement on that. One word or the other, either he's the plaintiff or either she's the plaintiff or the defendant in the matter, it will come up, the alleged sexual harassment. The court might even, at the end of the day, slam some sanctions on her for false accusation. I mean, the family may reach them. About the family may be reached by millions of naira for false accusation. So let's allow the matter to flow through the court. Let's not be judgmental at this stage, honestly. That she's made 10 allegations before, and assuming this one becomes true, she's still a Nigerian. We must always give her here when she wants to talk. I don't want to belittle what she's saying.
All right, we'll leave it here. We're saying that oil price has dropped 20% to $67 per barrel. I don't know how excited Nigerians are or may be regarding this development, but however it is, I hope it reflects on pump prices across board. We know that recently NPC reduced its pump price, only reacting to what Dangote had done earlier, which is reducing it further to 825 naira per litre in Lagos and 835 in Abuja, and in the southeast around 860. I don't know whether you buy in the southeast for 860 or 850. Whatever it is, we keep our fingers crossed and bring you up to speed when anything develops. All right, we're back after the short break. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
So Ramadan kick-started a few days ago, precisely the 1st of March. That was on a Saturday. And we're 7 days into the month of March already. And so we have another 21 days to go to, the end of Ramadan. And afterwards, of course, there's a Salah, the feast of Eid al-Kabir. And we're going to be talking about a little bit of Ramadan and the significance of that for the Muslim Ummah. Thank you for joining us. We have live in the studio with us to expand on this topic Chief Imam Saeed Zulkarnaini, ENUGU Central Mosque, Asata Owerri. Good to have you. Good morning.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Tell us what is Ramadan and how significant is it for the Muslim Ummah?
First of all, greeting our listeners, saying good morning to them, and Ramadan al-Kareem to our fellow Muslims who are fasting in this sacred month. When we say Ramadan, some people even think the fasting itself is called Ramadan. So I have to make it clear to my listeners that when we say Ramadan, you know, the Arabs used to name a month in a season that it occurs. So why Ramadan was named Ramadan, it came from the word Ramida, Arabic word Ramida, meaning scorching. So in that time, when Ramadan comes, the sun is very hot and it heats the stones and the sand that make it very hot. So they use that name, that the scorching month. But some scholars also have their own understanding different from that. That the scorching might be meant as like somebody who is fasting. The heat of the stomach due to what? Due to the lack of food. That heat is the one that is meant by scorching. Some also said, no, the good deeds you do inside the month also burns the bad deeds because God forgives you. So the expiation of the sins is what is meant the scorching or the burning. It means it burns what? The sins you did before. So this is the name Ramadan. But the fasting itself was also given to Muslims in Ramadan. So it is now Ramadan fasting. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in his holy book Quran, in Surah Al-Baqarah, that is Surah chapter 2, verse 183. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Ya ayyuhal ladhina amanu, O you who believe. Before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will command mankind to worship him, he will first call the person's name and say, O you who believe. It means, O you who believe, I'm your God, I created you, and you believe and also agree to worship me. Then anytime that he says this, it means a command is coming. Maybe you will be ordered to do something, or you will be seized from doing something. So when he said this, you now followed it with كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الصِّيَامُ كَمَا كُتِبَ عَلَى الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ. Fasting is ordained on you as it was ordained on those before you. Saying this tells us that the fasting didn't start during the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It means other prophets and messengers that came did the fasting just as it was ordained to us. So those before us also fast. Only that the fasting, the formula of the fasting may differ. These people will do their own in different number, while these ones will do their own in different number, and some may be asked to eat from some time. Some may also completely don't eat. So they differ. The method of the fasting differs. So why did Allah give us the fasting? Why did he command us to fast? Allah said, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ, so that you will be righteous. You will be righteous. So does it mean that the Muslims were not righteous before the fasting? No, they were already righteous. But to be more, and also to make the fact that this and the righteousness to be deep inside your marrows, Why? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala now made us to know that the fasting he commanded us to do supposed to be in certain month. Then he explained to us in the verse 185. He said, شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصمه ومن كان مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, the month of Ramadan, in which was revealed the Quran. The Quran is also a guidance to mankind and clear proofs of guidance, and also a criterion. And anyone that cites the crescent moon of such month while at home should fast. But for those who are not well or on travel, let them drop the fasting and make it up in another month. Allah said, I want you with ease, I don't want you with difficulty. That is why if you are fasting, it's not must. If you are traveling, it's not must on you to fast. If you are not well, you don't have to fast.
Okay.
But for somebody that is strong and healthy, he must fast or Allah will punish him for that.
Oh, there's a punishment for
There
that.
is punishment for that.
Oh, really?
Allah will punish the one that will not, because Allah's command is always on you and it's a must for you to do. So that's it. But is the fasting having some benefits for us? Yeah, we have something for the fasting. That is the significance of the fasting. Fasting, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, it makes you to learn more of obeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Kulu washrabu hatta yatabayyana lakum al-khayt al-abyad min al-khayt al-aswad min al-fajr. He say, eat till it reaches when you can differentiate the white thread of the dawn from the black thread of the night. Then what does it mean? It means when the dawn breaks, you don't have to eat again. But the dawn breaks, the breaking of the dawn is not as the one we know in English. Because in English, you have to see everything clear. Then you say the dawn has broken. But as for the one that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling, you can see that he mentioned thread. It means when the dawn starts very tiny on the darkness of the night, from there you stop. You don't have to eat. That is why we also keep time. At the time we always see it, then we keep time for that. The time as at now is around 5:31. So from 5:31, no one should get anything in his mouth. But fasting, as defined by Arabic word, when we say sawm, sawm is the fasting, but it has some lingual meaning, and also it also has the religious meaning. That of the lingual is when you abstain from something, or you try to stop yourself or cease yourself from doing something. We call it sawm. It is in the chapter of Maryam in Quran, where she was being disturbed by some people, asking her, you didn't have a husband, how come? did you give birth? So because of this, she was disturbed. She said, Inni nadartu lil-Rahmani sawman falan ukallima al-yawma insiya. She said, I have taken covenant with Allah that I will not speak to anybody, any mankind at all. So this place that she said she will not speak to, so the word there is sawm, is the name of the fasting. It means she has abstained from talking to any mankind.
Right. Well, two questions that's in my mind really about this is how do you think that families can foster unity amongst them with Ramadan? That's the first question. Second question, how do you think non-Muslim can be encouraged to understand, you know, what Ramadan is about and to also respect, you know, what Ramadan is, you know, for the Muslim Ummah?
Yeah, I'm coming there. As I said, that's what the lingual meaning, the spiritual meaning of it is that one should abstain from eating and drinking, and also meeting his wife, and abstain from anything that is harmful, whether by word or by any force or by hand, by anything harmful. You don't have to harm anybody. And you should also be kind to people, whether the person is Muslim or not a Muslim. And by then, doing this is must, and you have to be truthful. You don't have to be telling lies. And if somebody even abuses you, what Prophet ﷺ said, from there, the non-Muslims will now know what is fasting. Because he said, even if somebody provokes you, don't say anything to the person. Just tell him that I'm a fasting person. And if somebody insults you, don't say anything. Whatever they do against you, just say, I'm fasting. Because when you are fasting, you don't have to do anything bad to anybody. And you have to feed the poor when you have. And even those that are fasting should also be fed at the time they start their fasting or the time they break their fasting. And Prophet ﷺ said, anyone that takes something and give it to somebody that is fasting, to break his fasting, Allah will give him the reward he gave to the fasting person. You understand? So the meaning is that if the reward is 1 million, as you fast, you have your 1 million. I also fast, I get my 1 million. Then I will now help you with something to break your fast. Your 1 million will remain with you while my 1 million is there, and with the increment of 1 million.
Oh, wow.
Wow. You see, that's how the reward will be. So this is what made even the Muslims trying to receive this kind of reward. And the Prophet ﷺ also made us to know that if you fast with faith and also seeking reward from Allah, this fasting, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will use it to clean all your past sins. The same thing, if you pray at night, you will still have this with your imam. Till you finish the prayer, you will still have such reward. There are so many significance in this. Doing good to people, trying to abstain from anything evil against somebody, and don't even go and then be a false witness. Allah versed with somebody that always act as a false witness. He condemns this. And Prophet ﷺ also told us that fasting is a shield between us and hellfire. So anyone that fasts, let him try to protect his shield so that it will not be broken. That is, you should make sure you guard your fasting, you protect it. Don't do anything that will nullify your fasting.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
How do we promote interfaith, collaboration at this period? How do you think that Muslim Ummah and the Christians can, collaborate in order to foster unity in the society?
With this, I think they are also having some, what they call is it Lent or what?
Yes, that started yesterday.
Yeah, because I saw them having the Ash. I say, if we got into Ash Wednesday, they said yes. I said, okay, then we are together. You see, I don't think we have some problem between we and the Christians. The understanding is there, and we've been meeting in several occasions and also try to explain to make both of us understand what we are doing towards our Creator. And the problem is that some that even, I think I even came here for that. My first coming here was on that.
Yes.
Our unity between Christians and the Muslims, and I explained why we become different. Yeah, because we were the same thing before.
Yes.
So this, our unity is already there. So what causes the problem is when people has been maybe programmed or brainwashed that this is what you're supposed to do, and whatever somebody is doing, such person is against you. If you start preaching this way, then it means you are causing problem among the community, among the people of the community. But I don't think Islam tells us to do something like this, except that people who don't have the knowledge may do this. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has already told us in Quran chapter 60 verse 8, he said, I didn't stop you, or I don't even stop you from doing kindness to those who are not Muslims, and they do not fight war against you and do not drive you from your homes. Be kind to them, be just to them, for He, Allah, loves those who are equity. Those that always try to practice equity, they are those that Allah loves. So I don't think we have problem with with Christianity or Christians. Where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala even told us to have some argument with them, He said we don't have to do some argument that is controversial between we and the people of the book. People of the book are those that have the revelation before the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They are the Jews and the Christians. So he said, if we want to have argument, let us have the one that is good. The one that is good is that you come with your proofs. They also come with their proofs. They'll tell you this is what we know about God. You also tell them this is what you know. And then how come did we get this and that? Because Allah said this and this. That's all. But you don't have to start causing one another, abusing or...
Yes. You made a point there. But recently, the Christian Association of Nigeria said that in the north, there were some states in the north that closed down schools because of Ramadan.
Okay.
And they said that it's not everybody in the north that is a Muslim, that the school should have been opened.
Okay.
But I don't know what your thoughts are regarding that.
I also heard it from somebody, just I heard from you. When we were coming, the driver was telling me this. And I said, You know, this thing is not something that they called a meeting with other Muslims before they did it. They did it alone, and we don't know why. But had it been that they have to do some justice, what they would do is that since these people are with us here, and the school are together, and always they have their exams at the same time. So what shall we do? Then we rub minds and then see where we will end. Because Ramadan is a period that somebody should always sit down and make himself busy in worshiping God. You know, they will like their students also to be busy on that. But you see, the Christians, maybe they are fasting, as I told you, they are not the same with ours. And maybe they don't have any command that you have to recite Quran several times, you have to do this and that. So to me,
our school system should be, arranged in such a way that it will accommodate, Ramadan.
Yeah.
For the month of Ramadan, put it in our school curriculum so that during that period, school will not be open.
So the whole school will do this.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I didn't mean that it was called as a meeting. It is then that we'll meet the government and then say, see what we need, because this thing is disturbing our children or this and that. Then they will put it inside the school so that everything that will happen now, it will go for the school to. But if you say you want use only Muslims to sit down, or you close the school, only your schools there, while the East and the West, they all do the same exams, which is WAEC, at the same time, then it means it will be affecting them. I think had it been that they called a meeting, it would have been better. Yeah.
All right. So tell us about this sequence of the celebration that comes after the Ramadan. We understand that's an Eid al-Kabir that comes after the Ramadan. Tell us about that.
Yeah, what you call, we say Eid al-Kabir. Eid al-Kabir is supposed to be Eid al-Adha.
Okay.
Eid al-Adha, which is Eid al-Kabir, is the one that we use as the one that we slaughter sacrificial animals. But this one we call it Eid al-Fitr.
Oh, Eid al-Fitr.
Eid al-Fitr.
Okay.
Then Fitr comes from the word futur, fatara, that is breaking the fast. You understand? So it means the festival of breaking the fast.
Okay.
So it marks the end of fasting in that word, in that year. So let's say fasting of Ramadan. Well, if you say fasting, that it may affect even voluntary fasting.
True.
You understand? So it marks the end of fasting in the month of Ramadan for that year. And what do we do? First, what we do is that in that morning, you have to eat after taking your bath and then dressing. When you eat, you will now proceed to your mosque, whereby you will sit down and start the remembrance of Allah, meaning glorifying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala before the Imam comes for prayer. But before then, do we have anything doing after eating and then dressing? Should we just move, or we have another thing? Yes. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or we say the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, commanded every Muslim to give out what we call zakat, alms giving. But for that time, it should be foodstuffs, not money. You have to give food to your companions or to your neighbors. And the food you have to give supposed to be in the cereals, which is the staple food of the people in that area. If the people eat rice, then it means the zakat you will give supposed to be rice. If they eat beans, you can give it. But if they eat all, you can give anyone you feel to give. But you don't have to give them what they don't eat. For example, if I say I'm from the north and someone is staying with me who is from this place, and I now say in north we eat millet, and they say we should give the staple food, so our staple food is millet, so you can have millet. No, it's wrong. The staple food is supposed to be what the person himself eats, because they want every house to have food, so that nobody will ask anybody for food.
Yeah.
So you have to do this before you go, so that when they come back, they also have what to eat. And this is made on every Muslim. Each and every Muslim has to give, whether you are poor or not. Because the poor people are in categories. There is a poor person that can eat 3 square meals, but is a poor person. Someone too cannot reach there. He takes 2 square meals. Someone to eat only once a day. For the rest of the day, he'll be drinking water. You see? But why it is done this way is that if the thing is on everybody, then the food will be abundant in every house. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, He does not impose anything on mankind except what the person have the capacity of doing. So if you are a poor person that day you don't have any food that you can eat till evening, then you are not part of those that will give out. And if you have what to feed your family, but if you eat in the morning, afternoon, if you give some, you will not have what you eat at night. You are also not part of those that will give. But for those that can eat from morning to evening and still have some remaining, they are part of those that will give. Take that remaining and give another person. You see, that is it. So everybody will have his own food without even having problem of lack of food that day. MashaAllah.
All right. That's a good one. It's quite an interesting discussions that we're having here, especially as it relates to the celebrations just after Ramadan. We also have, it says Eid al-Fitr. So when is the Eid al-Kabir?
Eid al-Kabir is 2 months and 10 days.
After Eid al-Fitr?
Yeah, after Eid al-Fitr.
Okay.
Yeah.
I usually hear that is the big Salah.
They call it big Salah.
Why do they call that big Salah?
They call it big Salah because they slaughter ram, but the name is not even big Salah. We don't have big and small. You understand? This is given by just people, but inside the scriptures we don't have that.
Okay.
What we have is Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. So we don't have big and small.
Okay.
But people give it name that since you are eating meat here, this one is the big one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I want to say a very big thank you to Chief Imam Saeed Zulkarnaini. Zulkarnaini.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. He is the Chief Imam of ENUGU State. Thank you so much for your time. We truly appreciate you.
Okay.
All right. We pray that Allah helps and gives you guys the strength to continue with your very important activity of fasting unto God. I hear that the President have also enjoins Muslim Ummah around the world to pray for the leaders of this country. One would wonder, really, I mean, we have been doing this prayer all along. These things have not changed.
The problem is that we've been doing the prayers, but people will say things are not changed. Somebody said this thing to me, and I said, say the changing is not enough the way you like it. Because the problem is that if you don't even pray, then what will have happened might be worse than this. You understand? But your prayer keep the team maybe uniform, so that it is not being worse. Or maybe even if it will be worse, it will be worse than the other very little. I think you hear others are fighting their leaders till the country has some, let's say, civil war, and till now they don't know what they are doing. Their country has already being destroyed, or it is continuing, let's say it is even totally destroyed. But this one, because of the prayers, it might not happen in Nigeria. So we continue praying till God will show us the one we need. The one we need is not to leave it as uniform, but always to be better.
Better, absolutely.
God will make it better for us, inshallah.
Chief Amin, Chief Imam, thank you so much for your time.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
All right.
Inshallah.
We're back shortly after this. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
When we talk about public service, we imagine leaders dedicated to the welfare of the people. But what happens when those elected to serve earn salaries that dwarf the income of the average citizen? In Nigeria, the president, as the highest public servant, earns millions, while the lowest paid worker struggles to get by on a fraction of that. This raises a pressing question. Are Nigerian politicians overcompensated for their work? Or is their high pay justified by the demands of their office?
The highest paid Nigerian is the president, because he's the biggest man, in the public service. So if the national minimum wage is 70,000, let's even say that the president's salary is 2 million a month. You get the point? So it's an unjust disparity.
Very.
But then it has to be a drop dead, threshold. Why the president doesn't really have a salary, because all his expenses are taken care of for him. For instance, in the budget of 2024, I think his feeding allowance was 9 billion naira.
The contradiction deepens when we consider the economic realities of the country. While political office holders enjoy unlimited earnings, the government struggles to implement an agreed minimum wage of 70,000 naira for its lowest paid workers. This stark contrast between the earnings of politicians and the plight of the ordinary citizens highlights a system designed to serve the elite at the expense of the masses. If true democracy guarantees the right to vote and be voted for, then setting financial barriers to political participation contradicts this principle. The issue, therefore, is not about high political salaries, but about a system that prioritizes wealth over competence in governance.
In the same APC, the governorship ticket was set at 50 million in that last election. In my poor state of Benue, 11 people bought the governorship ticket for 50 million. That's 550 million Nigerian naira. Over half a billion just to express interest and buy a 2-page or 4-page form to contest for one useless election. Then not to talk of the countless people who ran for Senate at 30 million. So that means that teacher in my village who is so popular and will win any election given a fair chance cannot afford the ticket. So INEC must set a uniform standard contest cost so that anybody who earns that minimum wage of 70,000 should be able to afford the ticket to run for president.
Beyond wages, another critical issue is the selective application of retirement policies. Public servants in various sectors have their retirement ages dictated by the president's discretion. Some seeing extensions while others are left out. What informed these decisions? Is it based on merit, political interest, or something else?
Immediately, almost the very week that Tinubu took over this government, he increased the salaries of judges by 300%. What does that tell you? What it says, without saying it, is that the judges are not the only people who are poorly paid. We just talk about the professors. The professor in the university, in the public university, earns about 400,000 a month. And everybody will say, okay, the condition of service of the judges, has finally improved. But the deeper meaning is that a judge who is so grateful that he just got a 300% pay rise, will find it difficult to rule in a case against that same government that gave him that kind of jumbo pay rise.
Interestingly, while civil servants must retire at a set age, politicians face no such restrictions. A president can contest for office regardless of age, yet workers in key sectors are forced into retirement. Could this be a strategy to keep power within a select group while limiting opportunities for others?
There's a bigger danger in the exercise of the president's discretion in these matters. All the countries in the world that I know have a national retirement age, which applies uniformly across board. But if you want to keep somebody longer because of the skills the person has or the fact that there's a shortage of manpower in that particular sector, then you retain the person on contract. And then you pay the person more. But incidentally, the politicians who are setting these retirement ages for other people have no retirement age. A politician can contest election until he drops dead.
As these concerns grow, many argue and fight for a fairer, standardized approach, one that ensures both economic justice and equitable opportunities in public service. In Abuja, Chimeze Izedima for Signature TV.
Thank you so much for joining us. This is still the morning show here on Signature TV. And recently, I don't know, for those who are into football, I know there are millions of people who are really good with football when it comes to sports. Recently, FIFA changed the rule a little bit. I mean, every now and then we see some of these rules being changed. Amongst this interesting change of rules was actually one that is quite significant. I know sometimes when we watch soccer, especially if you are on the losing side, and when the other side that is winning have its goalkeeper do some wasting of time, this thing can really be painful, especially for those who are losing. I know you know that it's truly the goalkeeper is doing what they could do to keep wasting the time. But the FIFA right now is out and stating clearly that they would not take that particular waste of time by goalkeeper anymore. What they would do is to find a way of punishing the goalkeeper or the team that has embarked on this style of wasting time. And they say that henceforth, that if a goalkeeper holds onto the ball beyond 8 seconds, that he would concede a corner kick. That's an interesting one, right? Anyways, we have a guest via Zoom this morning who will talk a little bit about this development. His name is Mr. Tony Ademode. He's a sports journalist all the way from Abia State, I guess. Good to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. Tony, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Charles. Good to be here on Signature TV this morning on the Signature Morning Show. Good morning to you.
Good morning. So, Tony, tell us a little bit about this development. What has prompted this change in rule? And I understand that when a goalkeeper holds football much more than 6 seconds or 7 seconds or so, there is an indirect free kick that is given. But then right now the rule is about to change because they say from next season it's going to be considering a corner kick. Why the change in rule? Why is it important to football?
Well, Charles, you know, football is all about, you know, the rules. The rules dictate what happens, you know, when it comes to football. And this new rule by the International, of course, International Football Association Board, IFAB, during their 139th annual meeting that was held in Belfast, Northern Ireland, they decided to come together to, you know, look at some, you know, situations in football that has sometimes, you know, given opportunities to the opposing teams to get some advantage. And one of such rules is the new rule that IFAB put up, you know, during their 139th General Assembly that was held on the 1st of this month, right there in Belfast. And the law actually previously stated that the goalkeeper had 6 seconds to release the ball before the opposing team is awarded an indirect free kick. But now that was really enforced by the officials. And IFAB now is saying that, you know, for this to happen, they are looking at ensuring that a whole lot will be looked at. People will have to understand that those laws, you know, have come to stay. So what it means is that every goalkeeper that holds the ball in less than, you know, with more than 8 minutes will have to, you know, the referee will have to award a corner kick to the opposing team. So what it means is that goalkeepers now have just 6 seconds to hold the ball, and the referee would have to raise his hands up, you know, while you know, counting down to 8 seconds. And if he gets to 8 seconds and the goalkeeper has not released the ball, that means he's going to award, you know, a corner kick to the opposing team. And I think for me, this is really, really good because most times we've seen goalkeepers take this as an advantage, you know, to delay, especially if the team is winning. You see goalkeepers sometimes. A goal kick that should have been kicked away for the ball to restart. You see goalkeepers most times delay, and sometimes, you know, it gives advantage to maybe the winning side. So IFAB is also looking at all these things, and not just that, they also came up with a couple of other rules as well, where they did talk about the fact that it is only the captain of the team that has the right, you know, to talk to a referee. It is only the captain of the team that can walk up to the referee, you know, when there's a situation, not the other players running out to the referee, because the IFAB is saying that these are the things that they have to, you know, look at. So for me, I think it's a good one, Charles. You know, change is constant, And I think they have actually proposed also that they will be looking at other rules as well, trying to, bring in a couple of other rules that would help the rounded game of football. So I think it's a good one. So goalkeepers would not have to waste more than 6 seconds, because if the referee looks at his time, raises his hand up, brings it down, and he gets up to 8 seconds, then it's going to be corner kick awarded to the opposing team.
All right. Tony, it seems your hand is a little bit shaky. Maybe you could find a way of maybe putting it very, very stable a little bit so that we could see your face. But so many persons think that this rule, I mean, is it the only thing that is facing football right now? There are a lot of people who still feel that the VAR hasn't been perfected. There are some football matches that even the VAR, would fail or would even fail in its disbursement of its duties, because again, everybody wants something accurate. And the reason why the introduction of the VAR, would have been to get things accurately done. Do you also share that sentiment? And how do you think football can be bettered with, the VAR going forward? Because again, there are other people who have said VAR isn't even, it makes it animated, that there should be a measure of humanness, in all of our dealings, especially as it concerns football, that it becomes a little bit animated if there's a video assistant referee going forward. What do you make of this?
Well, Charles, since the introduction of the VAR, it's been arguments here and there. Some people feel the VAR has come to, change the narratives as far as football is concerned. But others also feel that, teams have also benefited from most VAR decisions. Before now, me personally, I feel that the VAR maybe have taken away a little bit of the natural feeling of watching football. Sometimes some of these decisions done by these referees, sometimes actually take away the shine of the game. Take for instance, a team is trying to attack, to score a goal, and all of a sudden maybe a goal is being scored, and the VAR spots it as an offside. Sometimes some of these decisions, don't really go well with some of these teams. So for me, I think VAR has actually has come to stay. There's people who still talk about it. It's going to be argued and argued and argued. But I feel that these are just some of the options that FIFA is looking at. And still talking about the IFAB laws, they also during that meeting they talk about how they will actually help some of the video assistant referee, the VAR. Now, what it means is that, for instance, if there is a lengthy time taken for the VAR to decide on a particular incident. Now, after that meeting, IFAB did say that the center referee can now decide personally, not even when the VAR must have taken their decision, that the center referee can decide and say, this is his decision. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out, when this laws is being implemented. But for me, I just feel that the video assistant referee, has benefited a couple of teams. Some teams have benefited so much across Europe, and of course, some teams have actually, felt the bad side of it. So for me, it's just one of those innovations that FIFA is trying to look into. I'm sure in the coming years, we're even going to have more laws that will be, that will be introduced into football. So I think VAR is a good thing, in as much as a couple of persons may want to disagree that VAR has actually taken away the natural state, the natural feeling of, these football games while we watch them on TV. So I think for me, VAR is not a bad one, especially when they get it right. Most times we've also seen the video assistant referees, try to review and review, take a whole lot of time, and sometimes even the VAR too, most times also makes mistakes. So these things are, you can't rule out that human error, in these things. After all, the computer is being manned by a human, so definitely we'll always have, little of these errors here and there. But in general, I think the video assistant referee, the introduction of the VAR has actually helped, football in the world.
All right, so back to the FIFA rule for goalkeepers. I understand that it's for you a welcome development. But I'm just thinking to myself, for a goalkeeper that really wants to waste time, I mean, there are different ways you could waste time without really counting 8 seconds. Say, for instance, I mean, it's all about holding the ball for 8 seconds. What if there's a situation where he passes the ball to his own player and then the ball comes back to him? If the ball is on the ground, it's possible that he could decide to hold on to the ball for more than 8 seconds. I know the idea is for them to be able to kill off that attitude of holding to a ball for longer than normal, because again, we know that the opposing side would always be the ones to protest when they are losing. So I would think that maybe there will be other rules that would also be in effect so that it would reduce to maybe 4 seconds. Because again, what are you keeping the ball for? If it's a goal kick, you are either kicking it out, or if you just caught the ball, you are also throwing it out. So don't you think that 8 seconds is too long?
With you, but some of these rules would keep changing. Well, it's actually it hasn't come in place just yet. There's also a possibility that people can argue about this. A situation whereby maybe clubs, the various football federations all over the world could decide and say, hey, IFAB or FIFA, this rule, instead of the 8 seconds like you rightly stated, it should be taken to maybe 4 seconds. Like you said, yes, Charles, I think I agree, because goalkeepers can decide to waste time, even without holding on to the ball. Take, for instance, maybe a goalkeeper, makes an aerial battle, or maybe a corner kick was taken and the goalkeeper tries to get the ball.
Okay, Tony, can you hear me?
The ball, get down on the, and the even can do. There are a whole lot of, if I think this is the only way to go, I just feel
Tony. Tony Ademode right there, giving us an insight into the new FIFA rule. It's unfortunate that the later part of that discussion we didn't really hear what he says. But again, you can catch up with this discussion again on our YouTube channel a little later today. We're back shortly.
And there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. In the spirit of the International Day for Women, we are going to be discussing something quite interesting, especially as it relates to women. We have with us via Zoom this morning the Commissioner for Women Affairs in Anambra State. I think she has joined us. Her name is Honorable Chief Ife Binabo. She's a Commissioner for Women and Gender Affairs in Anambra State. Good to have you. Good morning, madam. Good morning. I mean, I don't know if I could get your audio. Maybe you could unmute if you are already unmuted. Can you speak up a little bit? Good morning, madam.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's clear now.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, I just want to start with culture and tradition because, again, like it or leave it, the African culture, in some way or another, has this limits that it has given to women. Do you think that we should, in some way or another, try to, reduce the influence of the African culture on the, growth and development of women in Nigeria?
Yes. The harsh ones. Yes. There are some of our African cultures that are not favorable to women. So those areas, when you just look at it, you know that it's basically made for humiliation of women, that there's no gain doing it apart from humiliation. Those areas, we just have to stop it, put a stop to it.
Okay, so can you list those ones that you think limit women or, put women in disrepute?
All right, like in Africa, let me use the Igbo culture, for example. When somebody's husband dies, the woman is not allowed to have her own say. Automatically, the husband people will come. We have this culture that says your husband's brother has right to inherit everything, including you as a woman. We call it inkuchiwani, that he has right to come and remarry you. And most of the time, this remarrying is not because they are in love with you, it's basically because they want to inherit your the person's husband's property. Then we have this culture that, unlike the men, when their wives dies, they have say. Nobody humiliates them. Nobody does anything to them. But here, if a man dies, most of the time they will say the woman is responsible, that she has killed her husband. But no man will be alleged, no man will be accused of killing her wife, even when there is obvious reason that this man wasn't doing a good, wasn't really treating the woman well. They'll still do that. Some of these cultures of using masquerade to harass, women at times, like Obaro, where they use masquerade to ostracize a woman. And with that, she was so even when I wanted to reunite her, she was so scared that she can't do that. I had to go to the Igwe, and all of them, they helped me, and they used the masquerade to still usher her back in. You get, some of these things are things that we have to really look back and know that it's wrong. And the culture of that you are a woman, you're not supposed to have say in some things, like when a woman and a man is husband and wife, when they're having problem, this our culture will always tell you that you don't tell a man that he is wrong in front of a wife, that you don't do that, that whether good or bad, even if the woman was beaten to stupor, not being fed by the husband, the man is committing atrocities. When they come out before the Omunna, the kingsmen, that the woman should just kneel down and apologize to the husband, whether he has done good or not. So some of these things, we really need to go back to the drawing board and know that it's not really helping us. Then let me come to the culture of when you don't have a male child, no matter how many children you have as girls, even when they're doctors, their professions, they're established, they will not recognize them. What they will tell you, they're all girls, so they should know that they don't have a say in this.
Right. Hello.
But
okay.
are you a human being? Hello?
Yes, go on.
To lay claims on the to lay claims on the properties of the man, the dead man, the deceased, while the wife is around, alive, with her children. These are things, inheritance. They should go back and look into it. After all, it's not a secret.
Right.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, but your network is kind of breaking, but go ahead. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Can you hear me? Yes. It's not a hidden fact that we are the people always taking care of our aged parents.
Wow. Okay, some interesting discussions there from Obinabo, the Commissioner for Women and Gender Affairs, Anambra State.
Yes. So why would we be doing all these things, taking care of our parents, paying the bills, even taking care of our brothers, and at the end of the day, maybe somebody somewhere
Okay. The Commissioner for
Women Affairs, yes,
and Gender Affairs.
Yes. That never thought it wise to put smile on the faces of his parents. Will come up from nowhere and tell you, will you get out? You are a woman, you don't talk while women are talking. This is somebody that didn't do anything. All his life, he has never done anything good before the parents. He has never even talked to them nicely. But because he's a man, at the end of the day, he's coming out to lay claims to everything. We think about it.
All right. Are you still there, man? Okay.
Sorry?
I was just going to ask if you were still there. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, I mean, you've reeled out some of these limitations, and it does feel like the women are endangered species, given what you have reeled out. Again, what do you think are the role of men in helping women advance in their career? Because again, if all this culture and tradition you have enlisted, are practiced on the African continent, it almost seems as if it's impossible for a woman to achieve her stated goal, even as a woman who wants to be a career lady. I mean, if you want to be a career lady, there's this limitation that comes with it. If you want to be, someone who is a proper housewife, there's also a limitation to it. There's this limitation across board that comes with it. But again, as someone who is in that space of advocacy, how do you think men can assist with some of these issues?
Okay, it will start right from upbringing of your children. Okay, you don't have to give your son as a child preferential treatment that you are not giving to your girl child. See them as gifts from God to your family. Always don't bring up your boy child as he who must be obeyed. Whatever he wants, he gets, because it starts from the beginning. It starts from parents. When your girl child and your boy child will have problem, little problems, siblings do have, children do have, you will come out and start, telling the girl, don't you know you're a man, a girl, when he's talking, you don't talk, even when she is older than the boy child. You train your boy child in such a way that he make him irresponsible. When he grows up, he can't give out what he doesn't have. He fights with the sibling, the sister. It's your duty to tell him that a responsible man cannot beat a woman. It's your duty. So parents should really come out. And for ladies, yes, you can be a mother, a wife, and still have a good career. Just make sure that in the process of bringing up your children when they're still small, that whatever career you are having, you must have to give attention to them. So give attention to them. It's very important. Then be focused. Don't believe because some mothers will come out and say, hey, through you, your husband is going to invite me for Mugo. I'll come to your house, your husband. You'll be a wife to governor, you'll be a wife to minister, you'll be a wife. That's her own wish. That's her own prayer for her daughter. So why can't you say, my girl, you can be a minister, you can be a governor, you can be a president. Talk that word, talk that future into her, so that she will know that her self-esteem will come out. As you're training your boy child, train your girl child too. And for the girls, the women, we should know that, yes, you have a husband, and you are a helper to your husband. So don't have this belief that woman's education should end in the kitchen. No, it's very, very wrong. It shouldn't end in the kitchen. You can still, maybe even your destiny is higher, bigger, brighter than that of your husband. And when it is like that, the man should be able to, come out and support the wife. So both of them should be supporting each other. So that at the end of the day, whoever is bringing bigger, support to the family, that's it. The other person should be supported. All right? That you are somebody's wife doesn't make you 100% dependent on the man for resources to help your family. You can still be somebody's wife and still be financially, free. That's what I'm saying. Men should support us. And when you are when you have children, make sure while you are still alive, as you're bringing out something for your boys, tell your daughter and let your children know that this one is for my girl child, this one is for my girl. Okay? That's what they are supposed to do. It's very important. So you don't just keep quiet. After all, she's married to another family. And so what? She's married to another family. But remember, at the end of the day, she's going to be there for you to take care of you when you get old. Okay? Even if she's not just what I mean is that we should give them that financial freedom. As you're supporting your boys, support your girls too, so that they will go home, they will be in their husband's place, they will be supporting, they will be financially making something reasonable.
Well, the theme for this year's International Women's Day is accelerate action for women and girls, equity, rights, equality, and empowerment. How much of equality do you think can happen between a man and a woman?
Yes, education, they should have that equal rights to go to school, okay? The training this person is getting, the other person can get it. Who says a woman cannot be an engineer, mechanic? Who says a woman cannot study some of these courses? They feel it's meant basically for men. No. So, and I think also women are coming out to do those things the right way. So this equality can happen when we have that confidence in ourselves. When we stop seeing ourselves as that weaker gender, so to say, okay? And we need reorientation in every aspect of life. We can really do some of these things. Though I'm not saying that as you are doing it, that you shouldn't respect your husband. You respect your husband will respect you. Okay? There should be respect on the table of marriage. So it can happen, but it can only happen through reorientation. And that's exactly the path Anambra State government under Professor Charles Kuma Saludo is taking. We've already started doing it because the governor instructed us that we should start reorientation like this year's International Women's Day. It's not just women affair. We are going to be with men, the traditional rulers, as the custodian of tradition. We're going to be with the PGs. We're going to be with youth, both girls and boys. So we want to go back to the drawing board and discuss. Let's know how we can achieve this. And at the end of the day, we are not stopping. We will just continue aggressive reorientation so that this thing, you know, over time, they made people to believe that men should be this, women should be the other side, you know, very low. But with this reorientation we're talking about, we are going to let the society know that it shouldn't be like that. That women should be given that equal right. And the fourth-year government, the offices of the traditional rulers, like I said, the PGs and all that, the community, are going to come out and understand what we're saying and start doing it. And we will ask for amendment or dropping of some of these cultures that are so harsh on women.
Right. I mean, the other leg of this International Day for Women, the theme is empowerment.
Yes.
So many persons also think that sometimes these women, all they mostly do these days is to wait for the man to act or to gift them. How do you think that women can empower themselves in order to face the challenges of the 21st century?
Just like what I said at the beginning, when you feel you don't have self-esteem, you are just there for a man to be giving you. You are the one, you know, depriving yourself, bringing yourself down. So you don't wait for a man to just be giving you gifts. He gave me this, I want him to give me that. What if you give him? Is it wrong? What if you strive to be financially free? Is it wrong? It's not wrong. So women should first of all have belief in themselves that they can do something. Because even when a man gives you something and you don't have this belief that there's something you can, that you're not, that you can be creative, you can really be focused, you can really pursue your career, that money will be wasted. To be a waste because you don't have something upstairs. It's only when you have something upstairs that they give you little money. You can use that little money and know what you want to do with it. And by the grace of God, you will achieve.
Right. I know that a whole lot of women are into agriculture and really petty businesses in Anambra State. How is your government assisting them to scale up in achieving their goals?
Okay, it's not a secret any longer that the First Lady of Anambra State, Chief Dr. Mrs. Nonya Soludo, is into agriculture. She's a farmer. And she is out since the day they took over administration of Anambra State. She's been teaching in the Anambra on how important it is for us to go back to farming. And she's been empowering women. Even last week, she did some empowerment in agricultural side, both improve seedlings and all that, money, equipment for farming and all that. A whole lot of empowerment has been going on in Anambra State. So they are being empowered. Unless you don't want to go into agriculture. I will cite the example with myself. Before this administration came on board, I know I grew up in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. Then we were small, we were going to farm with my parents. But when I got married, when I grew up, I got married at the age of 16. I said it before. Now, it's not a secret. I never considered doing farming. I never even thought of it again for these years until I encountered our First Lady. And she started telling us reason we should insist on, if not for any other thing, for the ones you will eat in your family. Farm it by yourself. So with that, I had to go into farming. And with the little support that giving us, my harvest last year was fantastic. My harvest last year was fantastic. So like the corn, I know it. I sold it for more than 800, just close to 800,000. I was like, so I didn't have a calling in farming. I farmed yam, melon, and a whole lot of things. So this year I've already started doing that because the person you're talking about, the First Lady, she is a farmer, not minding her status. You know, she is financially buoyant, that woman you are seeing, but she still farms. She's still seriously into it. And, you know, sensitizing us, you know, telling us why we should join her. And if you're ready, she can give you anything you want. Just tell her, Mommy, I want to join and start farming.
All right. Honorable Chief Ife Obinabo, the Honorable Commissioner for Women and Gender Affairs in Anambra State. Many thanks for your time and your insight. We truly appreciate it, madam. She has been speaking with me on the International Women's Day and the thematic thrust. Absolutely fabulous thought that she has put out there for the International Women's Day. And one thing I know about the world is that there cannot be a world without women. And of course, with all the challenges that the women are facing, with all of the tradition and culture, especially on the African continent, they still thrive. One thing I would always say is women have the power to change things for themselves if they really, truly wanted to. All right. I want to say a very big thank you. And of course, you know, these things cannot be done without the inputs and the impacts of men. So however you can, wherever you are, help one woman from wherever you are, at least for the moment. If you empower one woman, you empower not just a family, but an entire society. We're connecting to our Abuja studios where my colleagues are waiting for the continuation of the morning show. I'm Charles Pius. Have a beautiful day. This is the Signature Morning, and today we'll be talking to a special guest who is on Zoom this morning. We'll be talking about all of the hikes. I mean, we've seen and heard a lot of hikes and what specifically the labor unions are doing about it. We have with us Comrade Victor Chukwuemeka Ibokwe, is a leader on organized labor. Good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me. Good morning. But I must correct my name. My name is Dr. Ibokwe Chukuma Ibokwe, not Victor.
Okay, Doctor Ibokwe, yes. Thank you so much for the correction. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so the organized labor are looking to go on strike on March 1st. Well, protests now. It's protest specifically on March 1st, just because of these hikes by telecommunications network. What's your first point of call? How do you react to this particular news?
Well, the reaction is normal. It's normal because unfortunately, it's very unfortunate that we are in a system where you just wake up and then you see increase in services, increase in products, and don't forget that the workers of this country are always at the receiving end. If you look at the population of those that use the telecom facility, the services, I can assure you that over 80% of them are, workers both in the private and the public sectors. So this increase in tariff has affected workers adversely, and even in the doing of their job. Even those who are in the informal sector, some of them rely on the telecom services to do their business, to connect, to relate, to market, to discuss on daily basis in their business. And this hike in tariff has affected them. And the worker is always at the receiving end because we don't have anything to increase. They have increased the tariff now, electricity tariff. Now we are talking of a telecom tariff, and we don't have anything to increase. Our salary remains constant. This is an attempt to even shut us out of the system. And we are saying, no, this will create unemployment. To create unemployment, it is going to affect the economy adversely. And one of the job of the labor unions, organized labor, is to protect this country, to try to protect the economy, to see how we can manage this economy for it to benefit the citizens. So that is why we have come out to say, no, you don't just hike. Let's have discussion. Let's go to the table and discuss this. Why the need and what should be done, and if need be, and other adjustments to be done. That is what we're asking for. And that is why we say, if you continue to hike arbitrarily, then we are going to also take up a struggle to make sure that such hike will not continue or did not succeed.
Not basically on the right track when it comes to this protest. The reason is, I mean, there are some governors right now that have proposed to actually go with the minimum wage of 75, 80,000 naira, but have not even implemented same. So you wonder, why is Labour not doing that, at least doing protests in those states that have refused to implement the new minimum wage? I don't know if you are aware, there are some states that have not even implemented the new minimum wage. They just announced a figure, and then the consequential adjustment has not even been done. You know, so many persons think that Labour is not even organized to the point of carrying these kinds of protests. What do you make of that?
Well, we are talking about two different things. Payment of minimum wage. If you say it has not been done, I don't think there's any governor who have come out to say, I will not pay. We have not seen that. But I can assure you, most states are in the process. We also check how many states have done minimum wage and done consequential adjustment. You see they are greater in number. And as we speak, we have reports from all our states of the stages where they are and what they are doing. So you don't...
All right, Dr. Ibokwe, still a Labour leader, giving us insights into
you don't just go
what we would expect coming out first, especially as it concerns the issues regarding Labour. All right, I don't know if he's back on Zoom. Comrade,
yes, I am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so you are making your points. Just finish on that point.
Yes, I am saying that there are two different things. There are two different things. That the minimum wage implementation is in progress. Some states have done. Some states are still with their committee doing the consequential adjustments. Some other states at various stages. So we are monitoring it. When we get to a stage that it is told that a particular governor, a particular state say they can't pay, then we go for action. But we are saying that does not stop us, because how much is the minimum wage? And if the telecom tariff is high now, what is also making mess of the 75,000 you are talking about? You know how much averagely a worker spends on telecom services? Then if you just increase minimum wage and we allow it to hike telecom facility, it will rub on even the 75,000 you're talking about. So that is why, and mind you, it's not only about minimum wage. We are looking at something that affects the general masses of this country. Virtually, you know now that everybody, even in the remote village, are using network. In fact, banking services are going down to the use of POS, the use of data, and so on in the remote areas. So anything that affects the tariff of telecom services will affect so many things, and that is why we are standing against it.
Okay, Dr. Ibokwe, due to the protest that is about to happen, in what ways would you say that these strikes and protests has helped in influencing the decision of the government from reversing or delaying the increase in tariffs?
Well, we're in a struggle. We're in a struggle. And when the struggle starts, the experience has been that when you are preparing for a struggle, most times the government will be looking at you. They want to test the waters to see how it will be. But when the struggle starts, because this is a problem in this country, fire service approach. We wait until when action has started before they start calling you to come to negotiating table. Let's discuss. Instead of taking steps to prevent the strike or the demonstration, the rallies, they will wait until when you have gone far into it before they will start calling you to negotiate. So all we know is that We are going for an action, and that is what the tool that we use to shout when government is implementing policies that are adversely affecting the masses. And that is why we are going to it, to determine how far it will go. Now, I cannot tell you, but we are going into the struggle. And when the struggle starts, it is only when you start a dance. When a dance starts, then you now know how far you can take it. So for now, we are preparing and we are saying no to hike of tariff.
Speaking of how far this dance can go, what potential solutions could actually be explored to address the concerns of both government and organized labor regarding to this tariff hike in Nigeria?
It's a simple thing. Before you hike tariff, sit down with somebody and let us look at the elements. What is justifying the tariff? And in what is justifying the tariff? Some telecom running gas, the cost of diesel. Then what has government done at that level to provide uninterrupted electricity? Government has a role to play. Security-wise, you have a role also to play, because these are the factors that the electricity companies, the telecom companies are citing as cases that is increasing their running cost that will necessitate. And then we make a comparison and say, in other African countries around us, what is obtainable there? Or is it just because Nigeria is a country where anybody can just come and exploit the citizens without government, protecting them? And that's why Labour is standing up to say, no, let us sit down, let us look at it and justify, even if it will be hiked, if it will go up, what is the margin that is going to be accepted? So that's all we are asking for. And if they have given that opportunity and let us do it, then there is no need for any. We don't enjoy strike. We don't enjoy demonstration.
All right. You mentioned other African countries. A little research, that we have done here at the station show that Nigeria pays amongst the least when it comes to tariffs in telecommunications, whether it's data or even core rates. If you look at the numbers in Ghana, the numbers in Algeria, in Egypt, in Morocco, in South Africa, in Gabon. I mean, Nigeria, it pays the least, basically, when it comes to tariffs. And the last, 10 years, telecommunications network haven't increased anything at all. They are complaining that if these tariffs are not increased, they will not be able to invest more or even, make some monies to improve on their network. I mean, every now and then we complain about how bad network is. And if there is no more investments in that sector, there might be chaos. I mean, we might wake up one morning and, network disappears, because they have consistently said that this is actually the problem. I mean, don't you think that somewhat this is justifiable, given that inflation, the devaluation of the currency and other economic indices show that it is not sustainable for you to continue in that trajectory?
Well, looking at the result of your research, yes, I quite agree with that. But also, in that area, look at the population of this country, look at the turnover, and look at what government have done in such countries to stabilize this thing. So we look at the population of this country. If you put about 10 African countries all together, they are not up to the population we have here. So when you are doing a business, Nigeria is a good market. It's a good market. That's why we are saying, fine, if there are challenges, let us sit down on the round table, the stakeholders, the consumers. Then let us know who is not playing his role. We are not talking of there will be need for increase, definitely, but not just hike to anything. You don't just take it into any amount and you expect us to just accept it like that. No, we have to sit down and we have a reasonable increase, not the increase that you do. I'm talking of investing in that sector. There's an increase you do in that area, you shut down businesses. There are people who are selling cards. There are people who are running business using these platforms. And once you run it up and the customer decline, some of these youth who have just been used some of this small business to take out of crime, they will go back to crime, and you see another adverse effect, the other side effect of it. So what we are saying is, let us sit down, let us look at it. Yes, bring the indices, let us check, and then what needs to be done. A country where you have some let me not use the word reasonable. In most advanced countries, before you do this kind of increase, you bring the stakeholders, we'll sit down, and your increase will be justified and agreed at a certain amount. Don't just wake up one day and you just fly. It's because in this country, everything you wake up, price of petrol pump price will go up overnight. Tariff of electricity, you just hear it overnight, it change. Sometimes you will not even hear it. It's when you pay your bill, you now discover that it has been increased. Understand? So we are saying that enough of that. Labour is saying that if government don't care for their citizens, Labour is here at least to say no to these policies that will bring further harsh suffering to the people of this country.
All right. Let's also talk about this engagement you spoke about. You said that there was no roundtable discussions, but the NCC was carried along. I'm talking about the Minister for Communication, Tunji Ojo. I mean, there was even a time lag giving. That meeting, I know, was held in January, and then there was this agreement that was made, of some sort. And I also understand that there's even a meeting that has been called where Labour also was involved in. And I'm wondering why the strike, or why the protest, if there was a meeting that Labour was involved, about this particular tariff hike.
If you call a meeting, what is the purpose of that meeting, my brother? When you call a meeting has an aim to achieve. If somebody is preparing on action and you call a meeting, that meeting should be able, to reach an agreement that will stop such action. So if at the end of the day the meeting didn't reach such agreement, that means the meeting didn't achieve its aim, or the meeting was just formally called to put up a defense that we tried to. But if the meeting at the roundtable meeting, even in war, after war, people still come to roundtable and take a decision to end the war. So if the government and the providers are sincere about let that meeting achieving a result, that meeting would have achieved the result, and by now the issue of demonstration or issue of rallies or strike would have been forgotten. It to show you that the meeting was called, but the meeting did not achieve its purpose. If at all the purpose of the meeting was even to address the issue, maybe it was just to make a point that we invited Labour and we met with them. But what did you bring to the table? And what Labour took to the table? How did you consider it? Which one did you accept? Or you just say, no, we can't do it, we'll continue? Of course, things don't work like that, my brother.
So what nature would this protest take? Like, 1st of March is a protest. What happens afterwards? If it doesn't go down, if nothing happens, if there's no meeting in order to either review what has happened, what does Labour do afterwards?
Well, Labour is not one-man business. In Labour, we have organs, we have national leadership, we have state leadership, we have leadership at the local government level and the units. So this is an action. Even as I'm sitting here now, I cannot say that that demonstration must take place if they do the needful. So if the government and the providers put their head together and decide to say, okay, we have to listen to Labour, we have to take it, then the demonstration will cease. It will not go on. So I can't tell you exactly how it will go. Like I said earlier, it's a dance. When you start it, you can change your style. There is the beating. The beating of the drum will either increase your dancing step or slow it down, or we will change it entirely and start jumping up, as the case may be. So I cannot sitting here now and tell you that this is how it will go. But even the protests have been fixed, marked, but it can still be averted if governments and the providers are sincere to themselves and they want it averted. It can still be averted. They can still call meeting. From now to first March is still far. They can still call meeting, they can still put things in place, and then that will be averted. But if not, when the protest takes place, we review the protest and then decide on the next action.
Okay, Doctor, what steps exactly has the Nigerian government taken in order to address the concerns of organized labor regarding the tariff hikes?
That's what I'm saying, that like your colleague said, you had a meeting. And what was the meeting for? Invited people to a meeting, you listen to them, and you insist on what you want to do. When you invite people to meeting, you must, it's a negotiation, it's a give and take. Negotiation is give and take. You don't go to negotiation with a made-up mind. You must be willing to give, and the other side will be willing to give. So that the meeting has not really served the purpose. So if federal government is ready, they can initiate another meeting, and before then, sit down with the telecom providers and then sort out ABCD as regards the requests of the labor, and see how this thing can come down, and also see how the federal government can assist in providing those things that the telecom providers are complaining about. That is what is increasing their running costs, the issue of security, the issue of power supply, and so on. And even tax waiver or whatever, to see what they can do to bring this thing down. We can't be suffering. Okay, the African countries we are talking about, that they are the other countries that their tariff are high. What is the level of service provided for them in terms of their welfare, in terms of their salary, in terms of health care, in terms of education? What are the level that are provided there? So when you're also making a comparison, look at other indices in the country that they are enjoying. This is the little thing that we can, in Nigeria, that we can use and do communication, reach ourselves and so on, and do business. Now you want to also come and hike the price and shut people off. Look at, we are still battling with petroleum increase. A civil servant cannot go to work for 1 week with his car, because if you try that, you are going to burn close to 80% of your salary. And now you can't use your phone again. You can't reach your loved ones. You can't coordinate activities. That's why we are saying, please, federal government and the telecom providers should look into this.
All right, comrades Ibokwe, we'll keep an eye on this development. Thank you so much for your insights and also for your time on the show this morning. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we're back after this break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
It was yet another disaster on the Nigerian road on Saturday, leading to loss of many lives. coming some days after a similar incident in Niger State claimed about 100 lives. The latest incident happened about midday around the Onyama mine on the Enugu-Onitsha Express Road. Eyewitness accounts said an Enugu-bound tanker with petrol that had a brake failure rammed into some vehicles, crushing some and eventually spilling the products on the road, leading to an explosion that burnt both vehicles and human beings. An eyewitness who was in a Sienna car traveling to Ekulobia in Anambra State, Ifeanyi Maduagu, narrated how only the driver of the vehicle and himself survived the accident, which claimed the lives of other passengers.
So when we were coming, we saw this tanker. It was going like this. Yeah. As if, yes, that tanker with fuel, fully loaded. So we thought, the driver said this car that is coming has failed brake. So when it was coming, all of a sudden it fell. I was rolling on the ground. That was the process when the fuel starts dropping, and this crash on the ground now led to fire.
Was in this Sienna?
Yeah, the one that was burnt.
This one that was in it. On the top of the other mass. I was going to my hands.
Another eyewitness and truck conductor, John AGK, also gave an account of the incident.
So according to the eyewitness that saw like a particular driver that parked behind that survived the incident, said that he noticed that the tanker failed brake, that the tanker was coming behind him. So when he saw the speed of the tanker, he decided to park one side, and the tanker passed with speed. So not up to 2 poles, he now saw what happened. So that was what the driver was telling us. So on our way here, we saw damages.
A tanker driver of Obuike Ugama blamed some truck drivers for not putting their vehicles in good condition, and those who park on the highways, causing obstructions to other road users, often resulting in mishaps.
None of our drivers even care to take care of their tankers. They were doing managing. Even when they were having problem on their brake, they will not even try to repair it. They will not complain to their owner if they are not the owner of the truck. They will be saying that we will manage till manage to lead to another problem. Look at the death of purpose. It not be as if we are talking about of animals. Now, animals is not even die the way human beings are dying. Drivers and government.
He also has some blame for the government.
If government is very, very serious, they will, in a way, them brought a task force following everywhere. They're supposed to brought a task force that will be any vehicle that's all on the road. They will look for a towing van to tow the truck even to the station.
The ENUGU State Commissioner for Police, Kanayo Uzuebu, the State Commissioner for Transport, Dr. Biozo, and officials of the Federal Road Safety Commission, where the accident happened, was closed to traffic. Queenette Nwokonta, reporting for Signature TV.
Right on this channel, elder statesman Edwin Clark has died. He only died last night. The family announced that this morning. He died at age 97. Former Federal Commissioner for Information and South leader Edwin Clark is dead. And Pan-Niger Delta Forum PANDEV leader died at 97 on Monday night, according to a statement signed by Professor C.C. Clark for the family. The statement reads, the Clark Fuludu Bekerederemo, a family of Kiabodo Town, Delta State, wishes to announce the passing of Chief Dr. Senator Edwin Kiagbodo Clark, OFR, CON, on Monday, 17th of February 2025. The family appreciates the prayers at this time. Other details will be announced later by the family. This comes days after Afenifere leader Ayo Adebanjo's death. Adebanjo was aged 96. All right, sad tale as a statesman right there, passing on at age 97. Adebanjo just passed on also at age 96 too. So we know Edwin Clark is one that speaks truth to power. He's always all about the things that concerns Niger Delta. He's always been also in the forefront of fighting for the cause of the Niger Delta people. He is one that is not scared of saying what is true and what is right, and making sure that whoever is in power is held accountable for whatever it is that they've asked to be done. But we were sure that beyond the family that he will be leaving behind, Nigeria as a nation would lose someone of that caliber and nature. We're back shortly after this, to stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
I think one of the implications of drug abuse is death, poor health. In terms of this drug abuse, is really affecting the youth. And I had a program that we are talking on this issue, and somebody just mentioned in the next 10 to 20 years, fertility problem will be on the increase because of this drug abuse that our youths are embarking on. And it's somebody that is bringing them in. Somebody is promoting the cells or encouraging them. Before you know it, another one will come, another one will come. It's somebody that is in top that is bringing it. Because I don't understand how people that are in communities, villages, they don't have access of importing all those things in. It's people that have money that is bringing them. If government really want to tackle it, they should start from the up so that it can come down.
One of the major risks of having fake drugs in our communities, health challenges, health risk. For anybody that takes fake drugs, obviously, what you are meant to treat, you are just worsening it, or it will always get worse than you imagined. And I would say part of the reason, almost why people embark on selling fake drugs or even acquiring it, is, well, I say, is lack of knowledge and then poverty. We are always used to, or we tend to tilt towards the cheaper article. We want to get it where it's cheap, and sometimes we do not really, get to like sit back and have a rethink. Why is this so cheap here? Why is this so cheap there? For our people, because that money is not there, and we're wanting it to be very cheap.
Many effects of fake drugs, but I think we can look at the health implications. The health crisis it's causing around the nation, and some of the reasons people embark on selling fake drugs, maybe to make quick money. You understand? They're trying to make quick money, and maybe because of maybe cost of getting the real drugs, they try to like get the fake drugs, but it's going to cause a disaster overall on the health of of people. Especially on women and girls, because they are usually most vulnerable to this kind of catastrophe. So, and I think one of the ways that we can fight this issue is mainly to educate people, because most of these people, they don't even know the effect of of these things they're doing. They don't know that this is going to hurt us generally, because when you get those fake drugs out there, people don't know which one is real, people don't know what is original, and everybody's just going out there buying all these things. But it's just going to generally cause a problem for us.
Why people embark on selling fake drugs, I will attribute it to selfishness. And then when somebody seems to have sold his or her conscience, the person can do a whole lot of things. Sale of fake drugs. Most of the drug dealers, they know that these drugs are fake, but they still embark on it because they want to maximize profit. That's why I say it is as a result of the person has lost conscience. So, do you understand? They want to make money by all means. people are interested in making money because the society has also contributed to that. Society is not interested in how did you make your money. Society is interested in who has made it, and they want to identify with who has made it. And to that effect, people are doing every manner of bad things to make money. Because even apart from drugs, there are a lot of illicit businesses people do here and there. I know when Derek was there as a NAFDAC director, she tried all her possible means to see how she can stop that. But immediately she left, the other man came, and today is like, they are working actually, but it's like a lot of things are going on the background. One of my staff, the younger sister, had a very terrible experience as a result of fake drugs. She had malaria, so she got her drugs. Unknown to her that in fact, she discovered that the drug had expired on the last day she was taking it because.
Welcome back. This is the Signature Morning, and we're still on to it. 30 minutes until it's 10. It's 9:30 a.m. Hope you're good from wherever you are watching us from. Next discussion would be largely about the dwindling funding in WASH reforms in Nigeria. We have with us via Zoom this morning Barrister Ikemefuna Anuchoka. Barrister, thank you so much for joining us. Good morning. I understand that you are in Uganda. How do you do?
Yeah, I'm very well. Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Okay, give us an overview of this WASH initiative and why we have received little or no funding as relates to this initiative.
Okay, at the moment I am in Kampala, Uganda, attending the Africa Water and Sanitation Congress, International Congress and Exhibition 2025. The theme of the conference is Water and Sanitation for All, securing the future for. Part of the discussions going on here is largely about water and sanitation. There's the United Nations water as a human right in 2010.
Barrister, can you hear me?
Provision for us critical. Oh.
Okay, it does look like we may have lost that connection. I don't know. Barrister, are you still there?
That portable we can deliver. Yeah.
Barrister, can you hear me? Hello, Barrister. Okay, Barrister is WASH policy and institutional development experts, giving us an insight into what WASH basically is. Of course, it's all about sanitation, and the fact that we may most likely face a dwindling funding for that initiative, which of course is exacerbated by low incomes, and the fact that even the United States is cutting funding for so many other of its initiatives across the world. So I just wanted to find out whether African leaders are looking to look out for other sources of funding for some of these initiatives, and how creative can they really be when it comes to things like this. I also understand that the World Trade Organization's DG Okonjo-Iweala was one of the persons who have stated clearly that African nations have to start doing other things in order to source for funding or investment into some of these initiatives that would enhance Africa and Africans as well. I don't know if we still have him. If we don't, then maybe we'll probably just go on a short break or switch gears to another conversation. Barrister, are you still there? Hello, Barrister. All right, let's go on a short break. When we get back, we would continue our discussions on other issues.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Signature Morning on Signature TV. So we are switching gears right now. We're going to be talking about the proposed protest that is due March 1st. That's in a couple of days' time. Today is already the 18th of February. How time flies, really. I mean, the other day, my colleague was talking about Valentine, and I don't know how the Valentine was for her. If she actually did well with it. How was it?
It was. I have no words to express how the day went, honestly, because I spent most of the time at the office, so I can't really tell. I didn't really enjoy myself that much.
I'm shocked that you didn't enjoy yourself that much, because you promoted it so much that it felt like you actually had two guys waiting.
I mean, it's something that youth have been anticipating over the years. You know, it's something that happens once in a year, and I was really anticipating, but my expectations were cut short, and we give God the glory. I don't know about you, Charles. I don't know about you, and I hope you had fun as well.
Well, fun is relative, because if you're at work, you are also
having fun,
commemorating it and having fun. So we have with us live in the studios Comrade Peter Nwiwu, the Vice Chairman.
No.
Auditor. Okay. You are the auditor of NLC, right? In ENUGU.
Yeah.
All right, auditor. Good to have you. Thank you so much for coming into the studio. I mean, we understand there's protesters that will be up on March 1st. Has it been settled that you guys are protesting? Because again, there are a whole lot of things that Labour Party, not Labour Party now, Labour have said they would do and they didn't do. They said they will go on a particular strike, and by 12 midnight of the day before, after the meeting, they call off the strike. So sometimes when Nigerians hear these things, they don't take it seriously anymore.
All right, let me start from what you said about Labour, promising to go on strike, and maybe at the end of the day, they don't go. Now, one thing you have to understand is that Labour is not there to fight government. Rather, Labour is to fight the ills of government, the necessities of government. Now, if Labour proposes a strike, it means they want to argue out something. And then government on the other side may invite them for discussion. Then there's no need going on the strike again. You have to obey and go into the discussion. And so discussion is the one about this hike in telecommunications now. When they unfortunately increase the price of communications, so when Labour had it, we proposed a demonstration. Then, just like you said, in the night, the government now waded in to settle the two parties. And then from that meeting, it was agreed that a committee of 10 members will be set to look into the increment. And then the telecommunication were asked to stay action on the hike, on the increment, until the outcome of that committee's report. But then sadly,
when this agreement was made, then Labour has to, soft pedal, and they postpone the demonstration, only to come out the next day when the committee was still meeting. Then the telecommunications now activated the increment immediately. So that is exactly why Labour have taken the step to give them more time again, because Labour, in as much as that committee has been formed, Labour is still abiding by the tenets of that committee, of the government, and the agreement that everything should be stayed until the outcome of that committee. So, and then that committee is still sitting. That is why we have given up to March 1. So if between now and the 28th of February, the end of this February, then that the people did not revise the price of the communications back to its normal situation, then we have no other alternative than embark on total clampdown on those telecommunications networks. So, and I want to tell you that, for some time now, there have been hike. Last time there was hike in petroleum, and then when we want to do something like you said, government will come in. But the funny thing sometimes is that sometimes if the price of fuel is 500 naira and government want to increase the price, just mention I want to increase the price, every person will adjust immediately. But though it has not been happening in the country for some time now, but I know in the past, sometimes you see these things coming down, and immediately they announce things are coming down, they will change. I know they will resist the new price coming down until they finish their product. So that is why, I don't know, in the country, a lot of things are going on, and Labour, that is why it seems that Labour is crying every day, because the poor masses are beaten every day.
But it looks like the Labour is handicapped. It's like you guys don't know what else to do anymore. Like you just mentioned again that you guys were deceived. There was a meeting that was supposed to be held, and just in that meeting, the meeting has not even concluded, and they went and did the increment. Same thing that happened with this minimum wage thing. There was a negotiations between the leadership of NLC and the president. And then just when they were negotiating, the president said, look, if you want to stick to 250,000 naira as minimum wage, just know that it's the prices of fuel will go above 1,005. But in this country, we have bought fuel for 1,006 in so many places. And then it looks like the government always maneuvers you guys. He always deceives you people, and you guys accept it. And that's why most people think that the NLC or even the TUC and these labor unions are toothless bulldogs. You guys can't do anything. I mean, the other day, look at the way that Joe Ajoro was even harassed at the airport. And sometimes you are subservient to whatever it is that they throw at you. You can't really do anything. So isn't that the true cause of what labor is about? They say the labor of today right now isn't what it used to be. The labor has lost its spine. It's no longer the labor we used to know. When labor comes and speak about something, governments begin to quiver, but it's no longer what it used to be anymore. Isn't that true?
What I will tell you in that one is that in the past we have leaders who have come to do their work as leaders of the country. But today, what we have today in the highest echelon of governance in the country are just hijackers.
Hijackers?
Hijackers. I have to use that word. When somebody knows the plight of the people, everything will be according to the constitution. But when you see a government that doesn't care about fundamental human rights, so the only thing that would have been, like you say, if we're handicapped, we are not armed and we cannot go to war. The only thing is that whatever it is for labor to do to make sure that things are corrected, we'll do it. But the government we have today
are the government that doesn't have that conscience. Because why I'm saying this is that now we're talking about this. From this, another one will spring up. So a government who have really come to do the work, because government is to take care of protection of life and property of the citizenry. But what we see now is that I don't know what I would say they are taking care of. When you are telling them anything, they are doing what they want to do. They have police, they have army. Sometimes when we want to demonstrate, they will use police, they will use army to clamp down on labor. They will threat. And once it's getting to that level, you find out that people will ordinarily expect that maybe labor will fight back. But how do you fight back than what we are doing, the peaceful demonstrations will do? So I just believe that, particularly this one now that is not government particularly, unless if government just masked themselves, if there are some government mask within the communication, but otherwise, these are private companies. And then if government will allow them to twist the people of this country, then you know that we cannot get it right again.
Before diving into the whole strike, then how effective have labor strikes been influencing the Nigerian government in order to modify or reverse the tariff hikes?
Well, just like I've been saying, I know that during the time of power in the power sector, so there was also a very high level of increment in the units of electricity. Labor went in, and then as if, okay, that time they brought it down. But just like you said, on the other way around, they now segregated the power levels, that where you now have band A, band B, band C, band D. So these are the things governments are doing. And most of all those things, we can only follow it in the constitutional way that labor does things. We don't need to go there and fight physically. We only do our normal thing. But just like I said in the past, when you do such things, the government will now rethink and make choice of whether you want the country to go into coerce, or maybe we can settle this in a round table. But what we have today is that they will promise that it's going to be looked into, and when you turn back, they will begin to do another thing. And that's why it seems we are talking every day. Because they are doing every day, we are talking every day. It's not that what we are doing has not been having effect. I want to tell you, if there's nothing like labor, by now they would have even the free air that we breathe would have been taxed. After all, you had them then saying that let the poor breathe. So which means they can also legislate on how the poor will breathe.
Okay, so but actually, in what ways can the labor union improve their strategies to minimize disruptions to the economic while still advocating for fair tariffs in the country?
Well, the labor unions, naturally, if it were where things are going well, the government should bring labor into the picture of anything that has to do with the citizens. Which is why we also say that it's not that people cannot increase prices, but when you bring labor, then labor will know where it will get so hard on the people, because there are people that are wearing the shoe, so they know where it pinches. So there are the people that will give that part of advice, not that you will not increase. So that when you increase, then it will be moderate for both parties. So, and that's what we have been doing all along. But the thing is that the government have been paying deaf ear to the
advice that Labour have been given on running of the economy. You saw last time Labour advised that refineries in Nigeria should be maintained. True. So that we don't talk about all those things. But we'll do what we're supposed to do. But the government will promise they'll do that, but have they done it up to today?
Right. So, what mode will this strike take, or the protest take? Because I understand that Labour has also said that Nigerians should boycott the telecommunications. Is that an alternative to the boycott? Because if you're asking me to boycott as a way to exert pressure on the telecommunication network to either reverse what they have done, you should provide an alternative. What should I be like if I stop using the data I'm using? Am I going to what's going to happen to me? Because I will need it to work. if I'm doing business, I will need it to work. If I'm doing if I'm sending information to somebody, I will need it to work. When you say boycott, I want to know the mode of what the Labour is asking Nigerians to do.
It's as simple as this, and this is exactly why we are all in the hole. Because like you said, now let me start like this. Sometimes when we organize strike, after 2 days, people will be clamoring, please, you should call off the strike. People are dying of hunger. We are dying of hunger. There's no motor to go to market. We cannot go to Oboete and access food. People will die. So that is it. Now we are talking about using data every day. But now, can't we sacrifice 1 day just to get what we want? Because whether you like it or not, if you allow them, the way they will do it, I assure you, in 10 days, you may not be able to buy a data to use in 10 days. If we allow things to go like that. So, Labour, at times, you expect us to do a lot of things. But this time around, we carry the fight also to the doorstep of every person. Let us all join hands. If every person boycott data, boycott call for 1 day, I'm telling you, these networks will come back to their knees.
You think it's even possible?
That is where it's the problem. So when you blame Labour, then ourselves as individuals, how have we tried to, put our own, voice? Your voice is that action I want you to do. Just give us 1 day, and you see what will happen. Because I know that these people pack a lot of billions every day. So if they lose $1 billion in 2 days that are not going to come back, because these ones are not things that can come back tomorrow. Maybe you hold it tomorrow, you give them. The call for today have gone. Tomorrow there's another one to do. So it's difficult for people, and we still want to urge Nigerians. At least what we said is that maybe even if it is 6 hours, we drop our phones. I believe it will help us, and these things are things that will be done before that 1st of March, so that when these things are done that way, by that 1st of March, when we move to those companies, now people will now have something that will aggravate their anger to support Labour. Because if you see that maybe there is a call that you would have made the other day that would have earned you some money, and you cut it because of these guys, now that we want to come openly, so every person, you see a situation where people will even be alighting from their vehicles to join Labour, whatever they are doing. And until we get to that level, the government have known that it's like Labour is just a segment of its own, that even the people don't support them. Because when we move, the people will say, don't come back, we are going to die. And government is happy with that. And that's why every time they will do something. But if people can disprove government 1 day and they join, if after all, government, if we now begin to, every person comes out, you see that government are just few people. How can those few people win the whole masses? So that's the irony of the whole thing.
So in what way exactly that can the public support the success of this Labour labor strikes against the government, in what way can the public actually support in order to aid this strike to be successful and the voices to be heard?
Right now, the ball is in the court of every person. This is a demonstration against the communication networks, not even government now. So Labour has asked the people one thing: let us just stop buying data for so time, between this time and this time, and even cause.
From now till the 1st of March?
Not that you just, they say every morning, let's say from, if we don't make calls, we don't buy data, let's say from morning till evening.
Okay.
Or let every person give himself, even, let's say if Nigerians decide to boycott this network for 4 hours a day, it will affect them seriously.
It will.
It will affect them seriously. And by then they will be thinking that maybe these people may have plan to even incorporate other networks to come and take over, because we have a global market in most of all these things. So any person can come tomorrow. If it were where things are going well, Nigerians can say we don't want this one, and some people will go and bring another one, and those ones will go along with our terms, and we move.
Okay.
All right. It's quite interesting that you put it that way, that again Nigerians may not be willing to join in the protest, given that it is something that also affects them. You have mentioned that, look, that sometimes it's also a handicapping for Labour to embark on some of these projects, because most Nigerians will not support you at the end of the day. When you call for boycotts, people will not necessarily boycott. You can't stop me from buying data from the network. I don't think I will want to stay 6 hours, you know, without touching my phone or sending messages. We understand those things. But are there any other way at all beyond boycotting? Are there any other ways beyond boycotting? Because people's lives sometimes depends on these data. So if you boycott it, what's the alternative? You know, so you are going to stall people's businesses, stall people's lives, just because of, you know, some of these protests, which again we know that can be resolved. Beyond the discussions have been made and beyond the deceits, of course, that you have also stated that happened, and there are other ways that Labour can get the result that they seek.
No, right as it is now, we're not saying I will not get this result, because actually, you know, when things are happening, there are some certain things you overlook, then you have given room for every other thing to grow. Now this network, telecommunication, so if we cannot get them now to follow the right direction, it means that there's virtually nothing in Nigeria you can control again. So that is why, in as much as we are appealing to the public to join us this time around, but we know that at the end of the day, this is a fight we can win, because we are justified. Even if the government comes in, you just you know, gave 70,000 naira minimum wage, and then within the 70,000 naira minimum wage, a lot of things have increased.
True.
And now communication is increasing. This morning I read, yesterday I read where Central Bank is also trying to increase the money for ATM.
Yes.
ATM
For every transaction.
For every transaction, whereby even if you want to withdraw 10,000 now in a POS, you may end up paying 10% of the money in commission.
Exactly.
So now, and things like that. So if things continue to go like that, and that is where we ask ourselves, you know, the problem we have is that we are waiting for, you know, it will be, no, this one is not as serious as the other, it's not as serious as the other. But one day, even the rich will cry. And which is what we don't want. So that's why at least every Nigerian know what to do to support Labour. We're not asking of money. This is not a thing of money. It's not a thing of weapon. is a thing of putting your voice. Before now, some elder statesmen, some high-level clergies, when we begin such movement, they will go in and, persuade the government to listen to this voice. But today, like I said, the government will have, I don't know whether even those people are free to do those things.
All right. We just have to leave it there, comrades, because of time. But I want to appreciate you and keep an eye on what's going to come on March 1st. I understand that just across the country, each state would find its modus operandi on how it works. But we want to appreciate you and wish you all good luck with that, so that we can have a reduced amount for data. I mean, I'm speaking as a Nigerian, because I mean, if you succeed, it means I will pay less.
Exactly.
Well, thank you again for coming. We truly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so we're connected to Abuja, where our colleagues are waiting. But again, remember, we're also following these developments. Pan Niger Delta Forum leader Edwin Clark is dead. He's died aged 97. The former Federal Commissioner for Information and South leader's death was confirmed in a statement by representatives of the family, Professor C.C. Clark, on Tuesday. The statement read in parts: the Clark Foludu Bekeredermo family of the Keabodo town, Delta State, wishes to announce the passing of Chief Dr. Senator Edwin Keabodo Clark, OFR CON, on Monday, 17th of February 2025. The family appreciates prayers at this time. Other details will be announced shortly. His political career began in 1953 when he was elected councillor of the Bomadi in Delta State. Clark would later join the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroon's NCNC political party. He served as Midwest Commissioner of Education and later Finance between 1966 and 1975. He pitched tents with the National Party of the Nigeria (NPN) in the Second Republic and was treasurer of the party in the Old Bendel State. The outspoken Ijaw leader and critic was senator for the 3 months in 1983 during the Shehu Shagari administration. Clark spent the rest of his life advocating for the rights and development of the oil-rich Niger Delta region. I'm sure beyond his family missing him, the country and the people of Niger Delta would also miss him. Thank you. But okay, so we're connecting to Abuja, and today they are going to be expanding on issues regarding sexual misconduct in our high institutions. But I'm sure they are waiting in the wings for more on this. Thank you so much for being part of the program. My name is Charles Pius.
My name is Quincy Rowland. Thank you, sir.
Hello and thanks for joining us on the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Today, like we've done in these several weeks, we are bringing you another icon, another veteran, a man who moved from sports to Nollywood. You see him every day in films here and there, but he was better known for sports as one of Nigeria's very successful sports commentators. My pleasure to welcome Daiwit Ibejubu to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Daiwit, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You look good.
And you too.
You know, for several weeks now, I've been trying to
you know, get all of you out. Because there's so much for the young ones to learn from your career, your life, your challenges, and all that. I remember you as a young broadcaster in Radio Nigeria. You were one of those commentators we wanted to listen to. I know a lot of people that watch you on TV, when they see you in films, don't remember that part of you. What do you miss about, you know, commentating and sports?
Well, I don't miss much. I'm still in sports. Right now, I'm a member of the technical committee of the Nigerian National League. And during the last government in Abia State, I was a board member of Abia Warriors. And I was a member of Nigerian Football Federation Protocol and Ceremonial Committee. I was a Premier League match commissioner. I'm still in the game. So I combine both. So I don't miss much. I go to the stadium every day. Every day Rangers play.
But you're not a commentator anymore. You're no longer bringing the matches live to our radio sets. You don't do that anymore.
Because most radio stations don't do that again.
They don't do commentaries.
They don't do that. I mean, I don't know whether they still have outside broadcast unit. Radio Nigeria, it's been a long time I had them. The last time was when people like Andrew Nebedum in ENUGU here was running commentary and Nduka Bikwel. But during the Super 8 match for Nigerian National League, a competition they used to choose teams that will be promoted to the Premier League, Radio Nigeria ran commentary.
So if you have opportunity, you know, to run commentary, do you still have the energy?
Why not? Why not? I will do that. I mean, it's something I have passion for.
So tell me, when you are commentating in a match, or when you are running commentary in a match, how does your brain work? Because for me, I see it as an artist or a novelist transforming still things or action to life for people that are not seen. I mean, in what state of mind do people like you who do this so well, how do you do it?
Yeah, you see, in running commentary, you must have the language power. That's why I tell the younger commentators, you have to read. Even at my age, I read every day of my life, so that you can do this thing in such a way that the person at home will feel that he is there. And that is why in those days, people put off the volume of their television and listen to the commentator and follow the game. You know, so, but these days, I don't know, some people who don't really, this might sound funny to you. I've had people using Igbo to run commentary. But that's not bad. The only thing is that they are not giving the people at home what is happening in the field of play.
There's something I've noticed with sports presenters today, and even at some point, you were also a sports presenter.
Yeah.
You participated in a lot of presentation of sports programs. There's something I've noticed these days, that there's this pattern. Every sports presenter, whether they mistake presentation for commentary, and you see them, and you're like not really understanding what they are saying. Is it something you're comfortable with, or is it professional?
No, I'm not comfortable with it, and I've had opportunity to tell some of them that they don't work hard. For instance, a lot of radio presenters, sports presenters, they go and read what is in the newspaper verbatim. They don't even change certain.
And the languages are not the same.
Yeah. So I tell them, you need to really work hard. You need, even if you are using the newspaper, what they wrote there, change the language so that people will believe that you were there when they're not sitting at home getting newspaper and go to the studio and read what is written in the newspaper verbatim.
No work. You do no research, nothing.
At all.
Well, maybe at this point we should look at broadcasting, because running commentary, presenting sports is all about broadcasting. Are you happy with the standard of broadcasting today? I mean, when you look back, you were there with greats like Ernest Okonkwo, Sebastian Broderick, Kevin Ejiofor, Meko Dipo, Richard Asiebu. These were great, sports broadcasters.
Yes.
Looking at broadcasting generally, are you impressed with what we see today?
You know, at that time, broadcasters used to go on course at I think is Oshodi training school.
Training school, FRCM training school.
You spend 1 year, they train you in the art of broadcasting. But right now, somebody jumps into the studio and start talking.
And say they are AOP.
You know?
On a personality. Yes.
Which is unfortunate. We came into broadcasting as guest artists. The first person that gave me the opportunity to talk on the radio was Kevin Ejiofor. And I think he was happy with what I gave him the first time. So regularly he invites me to do sports broadcast for him and run commentary.
Let me even take you back a little bit, because fresh from the university, you made contact with broadcasting in Lagos. Where did you develop the interest in sports? Was it in the university or from secondary school? At what point did you develop this keen interest in broadcasting?
When I was in secondary school, I used to go to where they play football matches. I was running local commentary, just doing the commentary, and the thing entered my body. And even when I was in the university, I used to, when I'm on holidays, I go to Radio Nigeria, ENUGU, and do commentary. I go to ESBS. In fact, myself and the one Tony St. Ike, he's late now, we were the highest paid artists.
At that time?
Yes. You know. So from there, when I finished my school, did my youth service, I went to Lagos to live with my uncle. So I was going to Radio Nigeria at Ikoyi I was working with Ernest Okonkwo. I was a stringer, giving them some information they require. And then he liked what I was doing. And himself and Sebastian Offrom and one Tolu Fatoyimbo. That's right. And the one Ghanaian that was running commentary in Lagos. What's his name? Joe Latte. So I was working with them.
You know, some of you are lucky to have worked with these great sports broadcasters.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me a little about that very great one, Ernest Okonkwo.
That was a football encyclopedia. Ernest had name for most players.
And they stuck.
He was the person that gave Christian Chuku chairman Christian Chuku. Emmanuel Okalama Mountain. Silvanus Obola Quicksilver. Idowu Otubosin, there's another, Adoki Amesemeka, Chief Justice. You know, Shego Odebami, he gave him mathematical Odebami. Mathematical. Nnamdi Anyafo, he gave him policeman. Because he policed Odebami in a match that Rangers played against Shooting Stars. Odebami couldn't move. Nnamdi was routine permanently.
And he derived these names from their performance.
Hi.
Like when he says Chairman Christian Chukwu, because you saw Christian Chukwu dominate the field, was in charge.
Oh yes. There was something he said one day. Rangers played against Kano Pillars. He said, Shefiu Mohammed passed the ball to Mohammed again, and they beat Christian Chukwu, beat Christian Mado. He must be a Muslim. You know, he will always say something.
Yes.
The man was something else. He was great. He was great.
Okay. You were in commentaries.
That's right.
And then you moved into management, football management.
That's right.
Because I remember that many years back, you were manager of the great P&T Vasco da Gama.
No, Nitel.
When he had turned to Nitel.
Nitel, yes. They had two teams that time. P was postal. T was telecommunication. So Nitel, Vasco, the postal one had their own team.
But Vasco was the team.
Oh yeah.
So how did you move from broadcasting, sports broadcasting, to sports management or football management?
After my graduation, after my youth service, I stayed a little bit in Lagos. When I came back to ENUGU, where my parents lived, and I worked with assessor.
That's the environmental.
Yes, I was the team manager of Assessor Warriors.
Oh.
And when we gave Rangers tough time in the semi-final of the FA Cup,
Assessor Warriors,
in 1990, then there was Nitel. They were recruiting the general manager of Nitel of P&T Southeast Zone, a Yoruba man, invited me to his office. I said, apply for job to work as not as a team manager, to work as I went for 1 year course in Oshodi, and after the course they started transferring people to various places. The man specifically asked for my being transferred to ENUGU, and immediately I was transferred to ENUGU. 1 week after, he invited me to his office and said, you will be the team manager of Nitel Vasco da Gama. I looked at me just coming in. He made me the team manager. And that was in 1990. In 1991, my first year as team manager, I beat Rangers in FA Cup.
You know, not too long ago, I had a Chairman Christian Chukwu on this show.
Okay.
And I said, Chairman Christian Chukwu, tell me, do you remember any time that Vasco da Gama beat Rangers? It was difficult for him to remember, because I remember as a young boy that Rangers will go all over Nigeria, all over Africa, and do so well. And when it came to a match with Vasco da Gama, I think that usually was their toughest match.
Do you know there was a time Rangers played football for 2 years without losing any match? But the first match they lost was against Vasco. You know, Vasco had, that time I hadn't joined Nitel, when it was P&T Vasco da Gama. People like O.J. Chukwu, Old Ghana, you know, big Umelo Ahamefula, Alphonsus Dike, Kevin Owana, all those great players were in Vasco.
Some people said that the rivalry between Rangers and Vasco da Gama is like this man, we live in the same place. I know you inside out.
It was Rangers that gave the Igbo man place in Nigeria after the war was played. So when they played against Rangers, Rangers beat them. Then Nigerian Football Association at that time had the problem of going to withdraw.
A team that was registered.
And that day, Rangers beat the army team in ENUGU here. Hey, I was small. We were all beaten mercilessly by soldiers. Why did you beat? We were beaten mercilessly. They beat us high. I didn't know I could run. That was
let me let me ask you, those years, if you came to the stadium, the crowd was something else.
Exactly.
It was a tug of war getting into the stadium.
Exactly.
When like Rangers is playing, Vasco is playing, or when Rangers is playing IICC, or they're playing Kano Pillars and all that. What went wrong? How did we become slaves to these foreign leagues and foreign teams? What went wrong? I mean, this is an area you know so well. What went wrong?
You know, most clubs don't have a marketing department. It's very important. You have to market your team for people to come. And in those days, people come to the stadium to watch one or two players, to watch the magic Sandy Okoronkwo will do and play the whole match without his dress being dirtied. It was pure white.
Because they called him stainless.
Oh yes, and the way he will dribble you, and you watch people like Nwabeze Nwankwo, who will tell the opposing team, you are coming to play against your father, I will kill you. Go and ask them, I killed somebody during the war. You know, the first team, the first people that formed Rangers, a lot of them came from the war. And the name Rangers came from Biafra Rangers, a strike force. You know, Nwabeze Nwankwo was in Biafra Rangers, all of them, some of them. You know, and the people like Jazz Buchanan, Luke Okpala will tell you, when he's warming up, instead of warming normally, he will be showing you his heart thoughts. To say he will brush your hair today, I'll kill you. even that time, the referees, to me, were partial. When they come into the field, when they are dressing, they say, you people have to be very careful. You know you are playing against Rangers. When the referee talks to you like this, what are you expecting?
But what kind of passion drove those players of those days? There wasn't much money.
They don't have passion for the game. And they had skill, you know. And these days you don't see much skillful players. They are in the game because of money.
Okay.
In that time, I see bacha ball, or
so if you play, you have some orange for refreshment.
That's it.
And that was all that mattered. Well, we'll take a break. When we return, Daiwit Ikpechukwu from sports to Nollywood. Don't go away.
When the issues matter and the need to know matters.
The chief of staff of Nigeria couldn't go to his village because it was being occupied
by Boko Haram.
Politicians and political parties have massively used money to buy votes and to change the course of electoral direction.
You will also remember the very APC itself set up a Rufai committee recommending something doesn't mean anything. Go back to federalism.
Or the fun and the fair to relieve everyday care.
Life is a riddle, my son. The land bled when Ivurawe was put in shackles. Heaven wept when Saruwiwa was laid to rest.
Everything comes with the Just Too Funny. Everything comes with who I am.
The Signature Show, your show that matters.
Welcome back. You're still watching The Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. And my guest is Daiwit Ibechuku, sports commentator, football manager, and Nollywood star. Daiwit, for some of us, we knew you for your sports commentary, for your sports management, but suddenly you popped in Nollywood. What happened?
Actually, even when I was working with Nitel, I did a few television drama programs with NTA. This Zebediah program, this New Masquerade. I did about 2 programs with them, and then Second Chance. I did about 2 or 3 programs with them. So when I retired from Nitel, one day somebody they call Amako.
Okay, the film producer.
Yes, called me and gave me a script and said, you are going to play Igwe in this script. Something that I have had passion for, you know. So I read the script, and the name of the movie is Evil Men. All the bad people in film industry, bad people in quote, Peter Doche, Larry Colesworth, this man that had baritone voice. Well, Sam Dede, Liz Benson, all the big people were in that film, and I was Igwe. Small me. Not a good Igwe, a very bad one. And you can imagine an Igwe that banished somebody, Liz Benson, for doing nothing. Because people like Pete accused her of so many things.
In that movie.
That she killed the husband, she did that. And when they brought the case to the Igwe did not want to hear the other side of the story. Banished her from the town. You know. So that was the film.
That introduced you to Nollywood.
Exactly. And another one came up later. The one they call Antichrist. Antichrist is a film concerning 666. That if you don't take the mark, you cannot even buy anything in the market. You can't interact with people. So I was the reverend that refused to take the mark, and I was tortured thoroughly. You see, in that film, you can imagine, you know, some Dentro Jack, as huge as he is, he was running across the house of Sandra Achoms.
Of those days?
Yes. And asked me, where is he? Where is he? The people that ran away, that refused to take the mark, crossed her house. He asked me, where is he? I said, I don't know what you're talking about. He gave me a slap. Very serious one. But before then, he had already told me that he's going to mime it. He's not going to give me, his language, he said, I'm not going to yank you. So, but when I didn't know that the director told him
to give you a good slap
so that it would have some impact. Gentle Jack slapped me. I didn't see anything again. I was not.
It was no longer drama.
I was not seeing anybody. The thing got me annoyed. I said, hi. I said, I won't act again. The executive producer begged me. I said, no. How did you not see Gentle Jack hand? How can this hand slap me this face? I said, even you, as you talk to me, I know they see you.
But these were the things some of you at that initial Nollywood, took because you wanted the real thing to be done.
Yes. And another thing that made me fear was when they threw me into prison. You know where we used as our prison? ENUGU Zoo at that time. And the thing that was blocking the lion was
separating you from the lion.
Lion was hey, and there was heavy rain. I said, hi. That way they talk easy. I'm telling you.
So what story were you telling that you had to you had to go to the zoo near the lion to do that?
That was a place they saw as the best place to use as prison. It's not only me, they threw some of us into the prison for refusing to take the mark. Come on, they pushed us. And this was happening at about 10 p.m.
in the night.
Heavy rain.
And you were shooting?
Hi. No, at that time, I've shot all through the night in the bush for an epic movie. And the Amanechi was the person who directed the movie. And I just stayed in one place. I said, die wait. If they go and ask your son now, where is your father? My son will say he went to work.
He's looking for money.
And he don't know that I'm in the bush.
But I think, and it's not just Nollywood, even in Hollywood or Bollywood, there's this effort to make it look real, to make it very professional. And that way you get the best out of the story, out of the actors.
What they do is in Hollywood, because I've had the opportunity of shooting in Maryland, America. If they want to form bush, it's in the same place.
They'll create it.
Create it. What they use is just fabricated. They just create bush. They create whatever they want. That place. Not to go to a very dangerous bush where it is possible a lion is there.
No, but when they shot Tarzan, which was a very great movie in the 60s and 70s, they came to Africa to shoot it. They actually shoot it in the game reserve.
Okay.
Yeah, so if actors are exposed to a lot of danger, even then, the recent exposure of actors to danger, which cost us the life of about 5 actors, what is Nollywood doing about it?
Right
because
now,
I know that when you shot that movie where you were put beside a lion, or where you shot all through the night, that there was no insurance.
Yeah. Yes. Well, right now, the Actors Guild of Nigeria have introduced insurance. But the problem we have is that most of these big actors, they don't pay.
The producers or the actors?
The actors. The insurance is for the actors.
Okay.
They don't pay. That is why when somebody is sick, they start looking for money, asking people to contribute. But if you are paying for your insurance annually, the insurance will take care of the person.
So why are the big actors not paying? They are supposed to lead by example.
That is where the Nigerian factor comes in. People believe when they put their hands like this. We have we have laws in Nigeria. The problem is actualization. Carrying out, making sure that that law is what do I use now? That enforcement of the law.
Is it not
you don't enforce law.
Is it not possible for the movie industry to be regulated in terms of what can be done, what should not be done? Some kind of regulation should put in place as a legacy.
Then the Actors Guild of the president, the executive of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, has made it as a law. You don't shoot more than 8 o'clock. In fact, and on Sundays, some people still break that rule, but I don't break it. You can't force me to come on set on Sunday. I go to church. And they immediately, in fact, by 7 o'clock, I've left your set. I just pack my things and go.
But if you are supposed to be on a night scene, how can that be done if you can't shoot in the night?
It can be actualized. You make it an interior and cover. There's a way you cover the places, and what you'll be seeing is night. Of course, you cover the light with what do they call the foil? Something like foil. It gives you night, so it becomes night scene. Or if it must be an exterior, immediately it's getting to 7 o'clock. You do the night shoot for 1 hour and go. Maybe for another day you do, but don't exceed 8 o'clock because of the security situation of the country.
I spoke to one of your colleagues, and we talked about, in quotes, forgive me, the beggarly behavior of artists, especially when they are ill or they are faced with one misfortune or the other. And she told me that one of the reasons is that royalties are not paid to artists and actors and actresses. If that does not happen, what is your guild doing about it? Have you tried to approach our representatives in National Assembly or government officials to see whether they can make that happen? Enforce that royalties be paid to those that have slaved doing their job.
I think now the National Executive Council of the Actors Guild of Nigeria are working on that. This royalties thing, they are working on that because if you work, you are working for a marketer, he takes the whole money. They just pay you the pittance they pay, and then after that, that's all. You won't even have a copy of what you have done. They stay there like Lord. Unfortunately, they are losing it now. We have put in place something. We now have a committee that should, I think, is headed by Joke Silva, to look into this matter and present paper to the National Assembly.
You know, I'm a little worried because a lot of the actors and actresses have become executive producers and directors. So if the marketers, the entrepreneurial marketers, people that came into Nollywood to make money, so they bring in money, produce a film, sell, make their money. If they are not doing the things that are supposed to be done, now that a lot of you are executive producers, directors, funders of some of these films, why are we still complaining about poor pay, poor conditions, and all that?
When you see,
I mean, because this is you.
When you see some actors becoming producers, and when they come to you and say, well, you know, this is my job, please help me, don't take much money. When you are doing your own, I will do the same thing. You understand? So like the Yorubas, they just gather, put money together and do their film. And when the thing comes out, they share their money. So that's what our people are beginning to try now. One day, help me. When it is your turn to, I will help you. You understand? So they pay you pittance. But somebody like me, I'm not producing. I've produced about 2 films. I left the thing. I directed 1 or 2. I now discovered that I've stayed in one film for about 1 or 2 weeks. But in 1 or 2 weeks, I have done about 3 or 4 movies. I made my money. So some of them are rushing into acting now.
Instead of producing themselves.
No, there are so many like that now. And some, when they produce, they also act. Because they say, people don't know them because they are behind the camera. But it's you that is in front of the camera. This one, you become a star.
So what gains has acting brought to your life?
Me?
Yes.
No. Not much. Not much. Because I'm doing other things.
Okay.
And even when I was the chairman, I was the first chairman of Actors Guild of Nigeria, ENUGU State.
Okay.
And I used to advise my actors, look for plan B. Because they cannot pay you what they are paying Jim Ike, Peter Doche. They will be paying you some pittance. Find something. Even if it is selling a few things, do it.
While you're chasing your dreams.
Oh yes. Me, I'm doing about 2 or 3 businesses. I'm into it. You see, and you know, but some of them, I tell them, you mustn't be in front of the camera to make money. Some people that are behind the camera, they also make money. And in Enugu State here, one lady that came to act, she discovered that she could not act. She went behind the camera, started doing makeup and props and set. That lady was the first person in props and sets that bought a car in Enugu. Of these boys, you know, and especially the young ones, they'll be carrying themselves up like.
Requesting for permission for 2 weeks. battling with two things. Not to approve it, because it was supposed to be dated. I would have waited to be dated. It means I'm already taking the action before coming to seek for permission. So, you're on your own. Another thing is that approve it. Because she told me she will be living Friday. So I really left. And now I saw the letter on Sunday. I simply said, the electric register, convey my approval. Why I started telling this story? It's about certain things that happen in our lives. You don't blame her because probably her time was up. You don't blame her because she went to our own hospital. But for Christ's sake, probably she has seen me, she would have done that. I think people walking with people will have an idea of what I would have said. They are not here to bemoan any error, any correctness. We are here today to bid her farewell. I have to be honest with you. She was among the very few I always liked the way she walks. And I never given her any assignment. What you hear is yes, sir. But this now, what is happening now is to use commentary. But it's not a mere commentary. It is a commentary for the living. It's not that we are having herself today, because she lived a life and was loved by many because of that. So, to commiserate with dividends and extended family, to commiserate with the dean of the faculty, with the department, with the university community, with our group led by Zerebe, to all of us, to ASU community, we have lost. We're already talking about not having enough staff in environmental sciences, even in the faculty of environmental sciences. And the very professor, somebody that grew from here, and became professor of repute, just left away. We are so rest for this. Amen.
Thank you, my wife, for the opportunity. Permit me to take note of reverse Senate members here. Professor Aloysius Michael Okoye, Professor Chike Mwaka, Professor Frank Esu, Professor Omega, Professor Emmanuel Mabike, Professor Hammond, Professor Ngozi Bishop, Professor Emmanuel Mabike, Professor Taiki Sedu, Professor Virginia U. Okudelunzu, Professor Virginia U. Okudelunzu. Vice Chancellor, permit me to call the of Faculty of Environmental Science. So I started this distinguished body, the reason behind the absence of a distinguished professor, Virginia U. Okudelunzu, from this session.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, information which was based on Professor Virginia has gone to nature and will no longer end.
I invite everyone. The understanding is that the remains of protected is all of this body. For this distinguished body to have a final the director of public relations organized in the US. Thank you very much. It is now time for presentation of apologies. I'm going to start by calling on the chairman of ASU, Professor Emeka Amani, to come and present the tribute and apologies. Chairman, I will where you go, the those to lead. Sometimes many people do their job just earn money, but they live in reality. They are not passionate about it. Professor Luzu approached activities with consuming passion and dedication for the pleasure and joy she brought in it. Her classroom was a sanctuary of learning. Here complex ideas become accessible, and students feel empowered to explore questions and grow. What set Professor Peruso apart, however, was not just her brilliance, but her humanity. She carried herself a rare ease, a laid-back charm that made her approachable, relatable, and deeply loved. Our students didn't just respect her for the intellect, they cherished her for her warmth, her humor, and the way she made each of them feel seen and valued. She had a remarkable ability to balance the rigors of academia with light-heartedness that reminded us all that we fully to laugh often and to find joy in the pursuit of knowledge. Professor Deluso, a practical teacher, an iconic scholar, and a parent of our dear union, that is ASU. We mourn her passing, but we celebrate the gift for having known her. Her easygoing laughter, her brilliant mind, and her unwavering dedication will echo through time, a reminder of life beautifully lived. As we pray for the peaceful repose of her soul, may the Almighty God grant the family the strength to bear this incredible loss. I will say adieu, Enugu. Adieu, Esu people. God bless you. Thank you, the ASU chairman, Professor Emeka Amani. If there's anybody that wants to pay tribute by way of ad-libbing, or if you have a written text, you can raise up your hand and we'll give you the microphone. Right, Professor
Harmony Ogunozemi. I think she's the chairperson of name they call yourself.
The chairman, the ASUS management, and the entire ASUS community. I'm standing here on behalf of Organization of Women in Science for the Developing World to say tribute to our befallen fellow. The motto of our organization, Women in Science ASU chapter, is contribute, collaborate, and encourage. I want to state that Professor Ugoyibo, Virginia Ugoyibo Okudelonzo, really did that to us. Even in the program we organized, the last program we organized, she organized for us was publishing in High Impact Journal, which she invited Professor Martin Anigwe. All of us that was there knew that it didn't just end, because the impact of that workshop was like she promised us she will organize it again. Lo and behold, she's no more to contribute to knowledge in academic world. But I want to state my last experience and interaction with our late befallen fellow. And that was in December 2024, when we had our end of year party. The day ESUCOM did their award prizing day for their staff. We were together, even in her busy schedule. She always make out time to join us in our program. We were there, we danced, we played together. And I remember her talking with Professor Ndubisi that just delivered his inaugural lecture. And I met her, she said, Harmony, I want to make sure I clean up my table because I want to go for surgery. This is what I'm discussing with Professor Ndubisi. I said, okay, that it is good. She said, I don't want to leave my table unattended, so that after I have done this surgery, I will take out time to rest so that I won't be getting some demanding attention to come and attend to office thing. I said, okay, that it is good, that God will guide you. Lo and behold, I think few days after that, I met her at Park Lane. That was in January. And I asked her, how far will the surgery? She said that they told her to go to Sign Lab to go and do another scan, that they didn't understand the result. I said, okay, that place is a very good place, that my dad just finished his lab analysis there. But the only thing that it is costly, but they will give you a good result. She said, okay, that she's already going there. I now departed with her and bid her well. Lo and behold, on one day, one very black day, I came to ESUCOM. The news I had is that Professor Delonzo is late. I had cold feet. I could not move. I was like a bit confused. I was like, what could this be? But lo and behold, it is true. But one thing that gives me hope is that this world is not our home. Knowing that this world is not our home, What manner of life should we live, knowing that there is a glorious day? There is a place prepared for us. I want to urge us, the Bible said, it is better to cry for the dead, to stay in the place of mourning than in the place of merriment. And knowing that death has no power when you have lived a righteous life. I want to urge us. Professor Delonzo has testimony for us that have gathered here. What we should be thinking. What shall I be remembered of? Where will I go if I'm going to be remembered of? Where will I go if I'm going to leave this world? I want to, on behalf of OWSD ESU chapter, I want to, on behalf of OWSD ESU chapter, say, adieu, Professor Virginia Ugoyibo Okudelonzo to Patmomo. Thank you. To Patmomo. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Haman Namodo. Thank you, Professor Haman Namodo. We now invite the Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, Professor Edmond D. for his own tribute. Thank you very much.
Vice Chancellor, members of the fellow senators, ladies and gentlemen, I stand here on behalf of the Faculty of Environmental Sciences. The Vice Chancellor said the news not yet recovered from the shock of the news, the death of Virginia. Because the few words that told me of the damage still resonates in my mind. I'm going to say, the news is no more. That was how I had the few moments after the death. Professor Deleuze, we are very close. We are close associates because when she was the dean, was one of the close associates. We discussed a good number of things and how best to move the faculty forward. And that goes to validate what Morocco Wamabuka said. And the diagram of my eulogy is that Virginia is a good woman. She's a very good woman, very easygoing. And she has the talent. She had the talent. When she was the dean of faculty, she moved a good number of things. She started our faculty journal online. And until her death, she was the coordinator. That is one of environmental management department. A department that is as new as any other thing. But then she has left that department. I want to assure the department that the VC is not asleep about matters concerning that new department. Then, to the family of Virginia, I want to urge you, it has happened that your story will not be of woe, but of success. It will be a success story. We leave everything in the hands of God. So ESU's community, I still remember when we went to discuss with the Vice Chancellor about the death, and my prayer is that the soul of Virginia may rest in the bosom of the Lord, through Christ our Lord. Thank you very much.